welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Investment Network, where we talk about interracial love and marriage. Hope you enjoy Swirl to Investment.
Little vanilla in my life, and I might one day be a white dude's wife. That's alright. Yeah, I got a type. Some people don't like it, but the swirl is the hype. When I see a cute guy, I always gotta think, is he down with the brown? If he is, we about to link. And I ain't talking about the TikTok boys looking for clout, cause we can see right through the facade. Gross me out. I wonder, will he ever like me back? Imagine liking white boys when you're black, especially when you're from the south. The guys that like me are yeehaws with tobacco in their mouth. My celebrity crush, my little cinnamon bun. Ooh, that boy's the one, and I'm still not done. I never met him, he never met me. If he ain't down with the brown, what he about to be? But I digress. Y'all never mind the rest. I just like what I like, speaking from the chest. But hit me up if you're looking for a black girl, cause you know that this girl is down with the swirl. I'm just saying.
Okay, how's everybody doing tonight? Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Swirl to Investment Network. Good to see everybody tonight. I hope everybody's having a good Saturday. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Can somebody give me a 1 if you can hear me? Because I was having some technical difficulties before I came on tonight. So just somebody, if you can hear me, give me a 1. Okay. And okay, good. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Um, yeah. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure because my internet's been acting crazy when you live in a new neighborhood. I mean, it just the towers ain't there yet. Everything's new. Your internet ain't quite there. But I think it's doing okay tonight. But anyway, I was kind of worried. You know, and because I just moved into yeah. Anyway, but guys, it's good to see you tonight. I want to talk about you see the topic up there, right? The Avalanche. I talk about the Avalanche. I should have wore a Colorado Avalanche jersey tonight. But anyway, but I talk about the Avalanche, right? And how does an avalanche start? Okay. Avalanche doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't, it's not something that happens real quick. It takes time. It takes, a number of things to happen, and it's gradual. Storms come in the wintertime, snow accumulates. Okay. Sometimes you have a little storm, sometimes bigger storms. And in the mountains, the snow accumulates, right? And sometimes it won't seem like a lot of snow, but then after a while, it builds up, and before you know it, you got a lot of snow impacted up in the top of the mountains, and a sound or something, maybe lightning, will create a little bit of a disturbance. and the snow comes racing down the mountain and just tears through everything. Can't be stopped. But we don't see an avalanche starting when it first begins. Starts with a snowstorm, a few snowflakes coming down, accumulating, and through time, it has such a big buildup that it just comes racing down the mountain. And that's what swirling to investment is. Black women, white men coming together. Now, they're not coming together in droves, but I tell you this, through the years, I've seen it more and more. And I'm surprised seeing more black women with white men, older couples and younger couples. I see high school kids, together holding hands, a young white man and a young black woman. Okay. And that's a good thing. Some people think the swirl is bad. Some people think black women and white men coming together is somehow a form of racism, but it's not. It's the total opposite. And it's a good thing for people to come together and love each other. In our nation, we should do that. And when black women and white men come together and have the most successful marriages, that's a good thing. Because these two groups don't do it as much as other groups. But when black women and white men do come together, they lead the way. They become the power couple. Okay? And you would think because of society, because of conditioning, that it would be the worst, right? But it's actually the best. And that's a beautiful thing. We should not be ashamed of that, And and my thing is I think we need more marriages. I think we need more traditional families. Okay, I'm traditional. I was raised to be traditional. I'm a man of faith. I've been raised traditionally. Okay. When I was growing up, I knew one day I'd move out and find a wife, right? And start my own family. That's how I thought everybody did things. When I was raised, I thought everybody got married when they got older. And I was raised so traditionally, it kind of blew my mind as I got older how people didn't get married, how they would have kids and just be boyfriend and girlfriend and, split up and go to separate ways and have other kids and not get married. And I'm not coming out here to bash people that aren't married. I'm just saying, I always thought we were supposed to do this. I always looked forward to one day I would get married. Even before I started dating, I was like, and my fantasy at the time was, being with a black woman. It really was. And, my parents seen it early on. Okay. They knew how I felt about black women before, I told them or anything like that. They could see it, how I would react. Parents know their children. And it used to just blow my mind how my parents would know me that good, how my father would know me. And I'm like, wow. But when I grew up, got married, had my own children, guess what? I see it. Okay. I know what my children's interests are, and I know a lot about my children because I raised my children, and and when you have children, you go through the ups and downs and the little struggles and the little failures and successes, and we all go through that. And as a parent, your children. You know what they like, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and you try to mold them into productive young men or young ladies as they grow up. And your dream as a parent is to have your kids do better than you did. At least that was my dream, you know? And I've been blessed because my kids are doing better than I was at their age. Okay. Of course, me and my wife, you know, pushed education, made it, a very important thing. We came out of pocket and spent a lot of money on private schools, college preparatory schools for our children, and we didn't want our kids to grow up in the public schools. Okay. Because truth be told, private schools and charter schools, you get a better education. You do. Okay. And not to say there ain't good teachers in the public school system, there are. But I grew up in public schools and my education sucked, to be honest. I had to go to college and get my reading level up and my reading comprehension because I slid through the cracks like most people do that go to public schools. I grew up in a lower middle class neighborhood, and I didn't have those opportunities like my brother did years later. But that's just because my father, through the years, he got better jobs and got more successful, right? Um, but that's life. But I embraced the struggle I had. I embraced having to go from going nowhere fast to having success. And I give credit to my father. I give credit to my wife, the United States Army. Telling you, if you ever hear my story, the Army taught me how to read. That's no lie. Along with my wife, right? And there's nothing wrong. Okay, if you're lacking a little bit, as long as you take the bull by the horns and fix it. Okay. Now I could have done better if I, was more focused in school. Um, you know, and maybe if I had a, better education, but I can't play the victim and blame the school system. When it comes down to it, it's on me. Okay. And in my life, when I got married to my wife, went into the army, I had a shift in my behavior and how, my goals changed. And I understood that I had to grow up really fast, because I got married at 24 and, I had a wife and, just going into the army and, I didn't make that much money back then, till I can, gain some rank. But, when you're a young private in the army, you have a wife and you have responsibilities and you're not making that much money. You got to grow up. And, it worked out. And my wife had my back. And because I have such a great wife, she made me better than I thought I could be. Okay. Now I had to do some work, sure, but she was always there for me. She always had my back, always loved me, was always there. And, I embraced that. And, one thing when me and my wife got married, we were young, but, and things were uncertain. We didn't have a lot of money and we had big dreams. And, I just love my wife so much. It's like, I wasn't looking at what she could do to help the marriage or what she brings to the table. I just was happy she was there with me. And, I've been blessed. And if you ever hear me talk about the military, the United States Army is a blessing to me. Okay. And serving for 20 years and, getting my retirement, it was tough along the way. There was a lot of times away from my family, a lot of times the uncertainty. Okay. A lot of training. And when Iraq broke out, I went over there 3 times. A couple times I was there for 18 months, and the other time a year. I spent a lot of time away from the family. It was tough. It hurt. But my wife was always there. She held it down till I could come home. And my kids are amazing, because people don't understand what a military family goes through. Okay. And I'm very blessed to have my wife and my children. There's character there. And, you know, but I always knew Black women were always, to me, were awesome and amazing. I always knew Black women were the best choice. Even when I was little. And I tell you, there's a treasure out there. And if you're a white man or a non-Black man and you don't know about Black women, you don't know what you're missing. You find a Black woman that loves you, you're blessed. Black women are amazing. I seen the beauty in Black women early on. And what breaks my heart when it comes to Black women is in their community, their marriage rates are low, the single mother rate is high, and these women are beautiful and amazing. And, it breaks my heart to see these women that have so much in them not getting the treatment and the respect they deserve. Um, when I started this channel, I talked about me, my wife, our interracial marriage. But it's turned more into focusing on Black women, giving Black women love and respect. When and I showed you guys this video about Malcolm X talking back in the 60s about how Black women are the most unprotected, most disrespected, and nothing's changed in 2024. It's still the same crap that Black women have to go through and endure. And I look at that and I'm like, what caused it? How do you fix it? But it's our fault in society that it's that way. And we're finding out that when Black women open up their options and get with white men and Asian men, and they're having success. And it makes sense to me. I totally understand it. And I don't understand why when I see videos and when I see people talking about how Black women need to do better, be more submissive, do all these things. And it's a big lie. Black women are doing more than any other group of women on this planet. And they're dealing with the least amount of resources, the least amount of respect, protection, but yet they make it happen. Yet they adapt and overcome. The one thing I love about Black women, most of all, is a Black woman's character. And of course, I love her big heart. But you get a big heart with a lot of love and character, and she can adapt and overcome. That to me is the most attractive, beautiful thing there is. Because when I see Black women, listen to me, man, when I see Black women, okay, I don't even have to know them or where they're from or what they're about, but when I see and observe in the corporate world, in the churches, in the community, I see Black women making things happen. I see black women with the men they love pouring everything they have into them. And even when the relationship is going down the tubes, the black woman gives everything to make it work. And when I see that love, when I see the character, why would I even want to be with any other group of women? And not to put no women down, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, I could see the beauty, the character, the perseverance in black women. I seen it when I was younger, and I see it now. And it's not a shocker when a white man that loves a black woman marries her and their marriage lasts. Because I disagree with the conventional wisdom here that black women need to do better and be more submissive and all that garbage. No, black women don't need to be more submissive. First of all, submission is for marriage. And in the black community, only 27% of black women are married. Black women are the biggest group of single mothers. But yet they get the blame for being single mothers. Oh, you should have chose better. You should have done this. You should have done that. But how can you choose better when the men ain't trying to be better? And to be fair, okay, black men have a lot of work to do. White men do too. Asian men, everybody does. Okay? But when I look at the stats, black women are the least married. Is it because black women don't want to get married? No. Every black woman I've talked to, most black women I talk to want to get married, want to have a family. But somehow it don't work out in the cards. And especially if she's pro-black. Because she's outnumbered by over 2 million. And nobody's looking at the problem. Nobody's looking at, when you have a problem, you hit the area that's most affected, right? We should protect all women in our country, regardless of the race or whatever. But black women are the biggest group that are in the most danger, most unprotected, most disrespected. We need to put more emphasis in that, right? It makes sense, right? Well, we protect other women too. But we don't. We ignore what's going on with black women. White people say, well, that's the black community, not my problem. Unless the man's married to a black woman, then he cares. But we're still in that segregated mindset. Well, and when I go into stats, I know I trigger people. I know I piss people off. I know I make people angry. And honestly, that's not my goal. My goal ain't to put black men down and say the black community, you're doing horrible. No. My thing is to tell the truth. And the most important thing is us doing right by black women. Because when you do right by the black woman, you'll be blessed. But when you exploit the black woman and you blame her and you take advantage of her, you're only going to be cursed. Anyway, let me stop my rant. I'll go on all night. Uh-oh. Okay, here okay. But anyway. Sorry, I haven't been highlighting anything. I've just been talking and going and going. But it's good to see everybody. Good to see you, Beverly, April, May, CC, good to see you. Beautifully yours, good to see you also, young lady. Jennifer Smith, Noletti, good to see you. Good to see you, ladies, in NP 2024. Okay. But seriously, and look, I'm going to say this, and this is going to be triggering, okay? But I got to be honest. I believe black women, white men are the best option for each other. That is the strongest couple in America, okay? And I'm not saying it because some people are better than other people. No, I don't believe that. Some people make better decisions than other people. So some people are blessed more than other people. Okay? I think a lot of the problem is the culture. Okay? And I believe we need to stop this promoting the pimp and player culture. Okay? And that culture, that ain't just a black thing. That's everybody doing that crap. Okay? We need to go back to the basics. One man, one woman, and children. Regardless of the combination you choose. Whoever you want to be with, that's on you. That's up to you. You got to figure out what's best for you. I could tell you black women, white men are the best thing ever. And I believe that. And the stats back me up. They really do. And look, I've been married 30 years to a black woman. So I have a track record. Okay? I'll never be like a Kevin Samuels because I'm real. I really have a black wife and a marriage that's lasted over 30 years and still going strong. You know? And it's funny that people will listen to people that for marriage and relationship advice to people that have failed marriages and failed relationships. They'll listen to people that are middle-aged giving marriage advice, never been married. Like what? We see this all over YouTube. It to me, it's stupid. Okay. I should not be able to give interracial relationship advice if I'm not married interracially, right? I talk about black women. I tell you what I see, and I've been with my wife for over 30 years. Okay. And then before then, I dated black women exclusively. So I know what I'm talking about when I talk about black women. I see it. Okay. I don't live in the black community. Maybe there's some things I don't know. But what I do see is I see black women pouring in the work. I see black women trying to make it work, even when they have no good men in their lives. I see it. And I talk to black women all the time. Look, my wife's a black woman, her family's black people, and the women are black women. You know what? I talk to these women, and they tell me things they go through. They tell me about relationships they went through. Okay? And some of the women in my wife's family are married interracially. Okay? Some are pro-black and black is everything. And that's fine. Whatever you want. Okay? I don't hate on anybody for what they believe. Okay? I'm just not going to cater to somebody and compromise, my beliefs and my values. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, that's right. A strong wife is a blessing. A wife is a blessing. It says if you have a good wife, you have favor from God. God puts favor on you because you have a good wife. A good wife is a blessing. We need to have good wives as men, and we need to be good men. We don't need to have good girlfriends and side chicks and all that crap. We need to have a wife, one woman. It's funny. When I start talking about interracial relationships, the first thing people say, oh, you're a fetishizer. I love black women. You're a fetishizer. Really? Well, I've only been married to one woman, okay, which is my wife. I had children with only one woman, which is my wife. Okay, I don't have the marriage I'm in is the only marriage I've ever had, and the only marriage I'll ever have. Okay, both me and my wife, we only been married to each other. Our children are our children. We did it the right way. I wasn't going around sleeping with women. I was with my wife. I did it, but somehow I'm the fetishizer because people are stupid and they go on talking points they hear all over, and they buy into stereotypes and they just run with it. And the sad thing is, ladies, black women, I know you've been told your whole life that white men are evil, they're racist, they're fetishizers, they're this and that. Not all, but I know a lot of black women told me, they said, we've been taught that. I've heard black women say, wow, I dated this one woman back in the day, and she says, wow, I didn't know about dating you because, I always knew white men were racist and weird and fetishizers and sexually charged. And she said, you're nothing like that. Well, of course not. That's a stereotype. And it's amazing that they'll call me a fetishizer, but Umar Johnson, that has two children from two different women that aren't his wife, and talks about 5'5" thick in the thighs and about, just sexualizes black women. Nobody ever dares to call him a fetishizer. Nobody ever dares to tell him anything like that. They'll go on me because I'm a white man. Oh, yeah, you're with a black woman, so it's got to be wrong. It's got to be, something's wrong with it. And it's crazy. Look at my record. 30 years of marriage. Children with my wife. We had children after we were married. But anyway, I digress. But it just blows my mind. It's like people do not look at people's character. They look at color. They're putting color over character. But maybe for some of these beta dumplings that are insecure, knocking down somebody else will make you feel better. I don't know. But anyway, okay. All right. Now back to the Avalanche. Okay, I'm going to show you guys some slides I made, some slides I had before. I'm going to show them again. Okay. Some are going to be kind of funny, but it makes sense. Okay. All right. Now, black women. I believe black women are better off with white men. I do. And it's not out of hate. It's not that I think white men are just better men. No. It's we're doing things better. We're making better decisions. We're forced to be held accountable. We are the leaders in our community, and we're blamed for just about everything. So a lot of times psychologically, we're always trying to improve ourselves because we're told everything's on us, right? And it's our fault. And black women are the same way. I look on social media. I look in just my everyday life, and I see black women being blamed for being single mothers, for being this, being that, not choosing right, getting with the Pookie and Ray Ray when she should have got with the educated dude. That I don't buy into that. I think a lot of times black women and white men are used as an scapegoat, as an excuse. I really believe that. Okay. Now, whether you're dating interracially, Okay. And statistics say that black women do better with white men than their own group. Okay. And it says white men do better with black women than their own group. Okay. Now that's not, and we're not trying to hate on our counterparts. Okay. I'm not trying to bash white women, but what I'm saying is, by the numbers, we do better with black women. I'm just saying, not saying you can't have a good wife or husband of any color, you can. But the data shows black women, white men are the best option. Yes, back then it was showing it, and today, so, and guys, do not get confused by statistics. Okay, a lot of people will say, "Hey, Roadrunner, you're wrong. Your stats, you're lying. You're making it up." No, if anybody made it up, it's Pew Research and the U.S. Census. Okay, they'll tell me I'm wrong. I'm lying, and they'll come to me with their stats. They'll say, "Okay, well, more black men get with white women and marry white women than white men marry black women." And I'm like, "Okay, you're right." But here's the thing, okay? It seems like we're kind of competing on different things. It's like you say you can shoot a basketball better than me, but I can throw a football across the field further than you can, right? Okay, what's this? Two different things. Okay. And you're happy you have more numbers interracially dating and marrying, right? And you do. Black men do it more than white men. You're right. You have more numbers. Are you proud of that? Is that a good thing? Because see, here's the deal. I don't care about who's dating who the most. What I care about is how long it lasts. Okay? Because to me, it matters more to find a good wife and have a life together than be with many, many women. Okay? When you're young and dumb, being with multiple women would, yeah, it'll boost your ego, it'll be fun, but no, that's not what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be with one woman. Okay? So my thing is quality over quantity. Okay? The body count, we shouldn't be trying to get a big body count. What we should be trying to do is get a big blessing count. Find that good woman. Okay, before I got married, my goal was to find a wife, not get with a bunch of black women, but to find a good black woman because that's what I wanted. That's what I prayed for. But that's how I was raised. You know, yeah, give me a thumbs up, please. But anyway, okay. Now, anything a black man has done to you, black women, a white man does it to you too. Okay? I'm gonna be honest. Anything a black man does you wrong, a white man will do it too. Okay? I'm not going to tell you you go get a white man and everything's solved. No. You find garbage in white men and black men and Chinese men, you got to vet. Okay? But what I'm going to tell you is if you look at the numbers and the statistics, black women and white men tend to do better together. Okay? Now, there's some failed relationships, but more often they're having more success. Okay? You need to look at that, black women, and then look at the numbers. Okay? Now, some women, they say they got to be with the black man no matter what. Hey, do you? Okay? And I pray to God you get that good man. But it's going to be hard when you're outnumbered by over 2 million and then they date and marry out twice as much as you do. So, I mean, the numbers game is not in black women's favor. It's just not. And I wish it wasn't that way. I wish, that anybody that wants to be married can be. That's the way it should be, whether you're a man or a woman, and whoever you want to be married to. If you're a white man that likes Asian women, you should have that. Or you like black women, you should have a good black wife, right? And black women, you should have whatever man you want. And you should be successful. But unfortunately, we live in a sick, twisted, delusional world. And black women are the most mistreated in our country. And it's critical that black women, in my opinion, open up their options and get the best option. Because truth be told, you are the best option. You should have the best when you are the best. Okay, now let me take some of this stuff off real quick. Okay. Now the copyright disclaimer is on there, and then a copyright notice from Roadrunner. Okay. And the copyright notice is also in my description box and always has been. So, okay. If you want to use my video, you need to email me and get permission. Okay. And the reason is I don't want people going to my videos, taking my wife's stuff, and you know what I'm saying? To protect the family. And really, they shouldn't use my stuff unless they want to pay me for my work, right? It's fair. When I use videos, I do the copyright disclaimer, and sometimes some people have it to where they have a copyright, and sometimes I have to delete it and respect that. Okay? And then some people, I use their stuff, they get the monetization, means they get paid for me doing the video. And sometimes I'll give them that money because they have good content that I can use and make a good show. And I have no problem giving them money because, hey, they did the work, right? But not everybody thinks that way. A lot of people just like to use others to build their own platform, especially troll accounts. That's all they do. Okay. All right. Let me do a slideshow real quick and I'll show you some videos. Okay. Now, these slides apply to black and white people. Okay. So I'm just going to say it. Equal opportunity. Okay. Now, you guys, I've showed you this, right? This here is Faker Jack Jokers. Okay. Now, they come in multi-colors, right? You could have the Cocoa Puff or the White Flake. Okay. The black guy or the white guy. They're fakers. They're Faker Jack Jokers. They're full of crap. Okay. They deceive people. Okay. They boast about being a high value man. Okay. That Faker Jack Joker will tell you he's high value. He's successful, right? He's got it together, got it going on. Right? A lot of times the Faker Jack Joker will have a nice car, nice clothes, but live in a crappy apartment. Live in, not the best area. Okay. But he puts on an image. And if you see him rolling in his nice car and nice clothes, you say, man, he's successful, he's rich, he's got it together. But that ain't true. He's a faker, okay? He gives a perception. He shows you a look of what success looks like. But if you dig deep, you're going to find he's not that successful, okay? All right, number 3. Usually the Faker Jack Joker has more money in his pocket than his bank account, okay? And usually if they have a bank account, they don't have that much money. They might even be negative balance, okay? Credit score ain't that good because they spend more money than a lot of times than they take in to keep that image going, to show that they're that high value man, that successful man, that ladies man, right? They'll go broke giving you that perception. And a lot of times women will end up being, believing in these guys and being failed relationships. And actually, a lot of times these women will end up taking care of these guys or end up being single mothers. They'll bamboozle you, they'll trick you. Okay. Number 4, all right, player pimp. Okay, he's all about the play. He's a player. He's all about the game. He's a pimp. Okay, that's what he wants to do. He wants to play around, mess with women, get his body count up. He's not interested in being a husband and father, but a lot of times we'll have many baby mamas. Okay, he'll have children out of wedlock with multiple women. Okay. Ladies, be careful of this faker jack joker. Okay. And number 5, he counts his success on how many women he sleeps with. Body count. Okay. It's about the player, it's about the game. And you'll see this in a lot of these guys that question my stats that say, oh, well, we get with more women than you do. Congratulations, you have a higher body count. Is that a good thing? It won't be when you catch a disease and hit the wall. Okay. And then gets angry and very jealous. Okay. He's dangerous. That faker jack joker is nothing to mess with, ladies. You got to know who he is. Okay. He gives you a presentation like he's some high value man, successful, got money, going to take care of you. And before you know it, you're paying the rent in that broke down apartment, and that nice Cadillac he has, sooner or later will break down and you won't be able to afford to fix it. And you both will end up in a Honda that barely runs. But hey, it's your choice, but beware of the faker jack jokers, ladies. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm going to go into, and some of these terms are going to be funny, some serious, but it all makes sense. Okay. Now, let me put this up here. Today's black woman. Okay. This is today's black woman, guys. Today's black woman is the most educated in the United States. Okay. The black woman is the most spiritual woman of faith. Okay. Look. I've met a lot of black women that are very spiritual, women of faith. Okay. Black women have been instrumental in my faith. Okay. They played a big part in my life. Spiritual black women. Okay. Number 3, they lead the way in the corporate world. Black women are leading the way. Did you know black women have the most startup businesses than any other group of people? Statistically, did you know that? Hey, black women are doing something. They're making things happen. And in today's world, there's 2 types of people. People that wait for things to happen and people that make things happen. Black women are making things happen. Okay. Number 4, black women are the most loving by far, most loyal, most feminine. Okay. The black woman, I believe, was the original woman. The woman with the Eve gene. She is the woman. Okay? Black women are the most feminine. Don't kid yourself. They'll look at a black woman that's a single mother struggling to make the ends meet, that has stress and say, oh, she's masculine. No, she's not. Okay? Number 5, the black woman puts everybody first. And she adapts and overcomes. I have not met a black woman that don't put her loved ones before herself. I haven't. Now, I've met black women that, and it's rare, but I've met some black women that are mean and hateful, but, when they get around the ones they love, they give everything. Okay? But most black women are loving. You show them love and respect, you're going to get it back tenfold. Okay? Okay, number 6, most successful with the least amount of resources. Okay? Black women aren't given things in a silver platter by no means. Okay? They have to work for everything. And they're the most successful with the least amount of resources. Okay? Number 7, mind, heart, body, and soul. The black woman is the most beautiful woman on earth. The debate's over. The black woman is the best. She is the most beautiful. She is the most loving. Just saying. Okay? And I'm not trying to make people mad because all women are beautiful, but black women are the best. It is what it is. I mean, the most educated, most loving, and us white men, when we open up to black women, we have better marriages. Come on. Hello. McFly, wake up. Black women are the best option. Just saying. Okay. All right. Let me give you some more of these jokers. Okay. That you're going to run into. And avoid these jokers. Okay. Avoid these dusties. Okay. And dust comes in all colors, ladies. Don't get away from a black dusty to get a white dusty. Okay. Or an Asian dusty. You got to vet everybody. Okay. Okay. This character, and this comes in all colors. Okay. This here is the self-induced trick bag stroker. Self-induced trick bag stroker. Okay. He thinks highly of himself. He's a legend in his own mind. Okay. Number 2, he strokes his own ego when no one else will. Okay. People could be running this guy down and telling me he ain't worth a damn, but he strokes his ego and he believes he's the best, even if there's no evidence. Okay. And he's lazy. He practices poor hygiene, very lazy. Okay. Because he thinks he's the man. He's been told, he's been coddled that he's the best. And why would he need to practice hygiene or take a shower? Why would he have to do anything? He's already got it together. Okay. He believes he is the prize. Okay. And Kevin Samuel was instrumental in creating these beta dumplings. Okay. Believing they're the prize. Okay. When truly the woman is the prize, she is the treasure. It's not the man. They got it asked backwards. They do. Okay. But he believes he is the prize and will compete with women. Oh, you better believe it. But he will not compete for women. Okay. And ladies, I've seen this. And when I've done shows about competition for competing for black women, a lot of these guys say, we don't need to compete for black women. We just got to be there and we win. I'm like, oh, okay. So a lot of these guys are used to black women competing for them. And it makes sense because if you outnumber them by over 2 million and most of them date and marry out, that makes sense that they're used to you competing for them. But that's not the way it should be. Okay. And that's why black women, you need to open up your options and have men compete for you. Don't compete for men. It never works out right. And if it does, it's a fluke. Really, most of the time, when you have to date and marry down, usually that relationship don't work because you end up doing everything. And he gets used to being coddled and taken care of. You never tell a man he's a prize. That you do more damage to a man telling him that than just tell him you're a man. She's a prize. Get up, go to work. Okay? You can't afford a wife, you don't deserve one. That's what my father told me. But anyway, Number 5, believes he's a high value man and enjoys bashing women that he has no access to. Okay, these self-induced trick bag strokers, they stroke their ego, and women that don't give them access, they bash. They'll go in on these women all day, all night till the cows come home. They have no problem doing that. They believe they're the prize, and they can't understand why a woman won't give access, give them access to her. Number 6, very jealous, angry, hates people that don't agree with him. Okay, the self-induced trick bag stroker, he can't take people that disagree with him. He can't really take confrontation. He gets real jealous and angry. All right, you got to be careful of this guy. Okay, number 7, will go his own way eventually and hit the wall. Okay, these self-induced trick bag strokers are usually the first to hit the wall. Okay, unless they make a change and get humbled and fix themselves, but if they don't, they're going to hit the wall. And a lot of them never get out of it because they've always believed that they're the man. And if they're not the man, they don't have success, it's somebody else's fault. Okay. All right. Okay. And that's your self-induced trick bag stroker. All right. Who should I cover next? Oh, okay. Let's go for this one. All right. Now, this one's a newer slide, but I did show it before. Okay. This is, the push pop parasite Dusty. Okay. The push pop parasite Dusty. Okay. He pushes up on people and tries to control them and dictate their actions. Okay. The push pop parasite Dusty, he's all about control. He will try to control you by bullying you, harassing you. Okay. That's what he does. Like a parasite. Okay. And a lot of these YouTubers are push pop parasite Dusties. Okay. They really don't have no creativity, relies on other people's content, a total troll loser. Okay. And they use other people's content to get views, to create controversy. They push up on people. Okay. And the push pop parasite Dusty isn't just on social media. He can be in everyday life, pushing up on women, trying to force women, to date him and to do what he wants. Okay, he can be intimidating, very controlling. A lot of times, this guy will force himself on women, and and sometimes they'll bully and scare women to get submission from them. Okay, but on the social media side, they'll try the same thing to get what they want. Okay. All right. Number 3, creates controversy. Okay. The push pop parasite Dusty loves controversy, and a lot of times pushes a false narrative. Okay. He'll tell lies. He'll exploit the truth. He'll take things out of the truth and twist it to make it feel his narrative. He'll also slander people. Okay. Push pop parasite Dusty don't care about people. He'll exploit you. He'll use you. And he'll destroy you if you let him. Okay. Number 4, Okay, this guy is also very jealous and tries to destroy people that he can't compete with. Okay, and women that he wants to be with that won't give him access, he'll try to destroy them too. Okay, he's a parasite. Okay, he's not about love. He's not about reason. He's about destroying people and getting what he wants. Okay. Number 5, this guy hates black women, white men relationships. Okay. And it could be a black guy and a white guy that hates that. There are white men and black men that hate black women and white men together. Okay. All right. They hate black women, white men relationships, struggles in dating and personal relationships. This guy is struggles. Okay. But where he gets what he wants, he does it with intimidation, with bullying, and forcing people to do what he wants. Okay, that's his goal. You see these guys every day, ladies. I know you do. Okay, we see them on the internet threatening people, bullying people to try to control people. That's what they do. And they use other people's content, they use other people's talents to get what they want. They're a parasite. I'm just saying. All right. Now the push pot parasite Dusty in the real world, ladies, he might be nice to you and date you, but if he tries to force his way, to your apartment or getting you to go to his or do something you shouldn't be doing, sometimes they'll push up on you. They'll intimidate you. And sadly, sometimes women give in to these push pop parasite Dusties. Even though they don't want to do things with them, they'll be so scared they'll just give in. Don't do that, ladies. Vet, please. This push pop parasite Dusty is, one of the most dangerous. It's all about him, and he'll take what he wants anyway. He don't care about you. He cares about himself, and he'll destroy you to get what he wants. Just saying. Okay. All right. Let's pull that one down. Okay. Now I got one more. Well, I got a few more, but this one. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. This here is a jealous, insecure, obsessed gasbag stalker. Okay. This guy and these jokers, they have different names, but a lot of things they're kind of similar. Okay. Now, the jealous, insecure, obsessed gasbag stalker, okay, is jealous, insecure, and obsessed with other people that are more successful. He's obsessed with people like that he wants to have their success, wants to be like them in a way, but hates them. Okay, and he gets obsessed. Or it could be a she that gets obsessed. They get obsessed. Okay? Right? And number 2, angry and tries to control others and tries to force an outcome to become successful. Okay? And just like the last one, they try to force the outcome. Okay? Just like he's on a date with you, he tries to force the physical. You don't want to give it to him, but he tries, to bully you, to scare you, to exploit you. Okay? He tries to force the situation. Sadly, sometimes women give into that because they don't want to get hurt or they don't know what to do. Okay? And number 3, very angry, jealous of women he can't have and men he can't compete with. Okay? The jealous, insecure, obsessed gasbag stalker. Okay? He's very angry and jealous of women he can't have and men he can't compete with. He's not the kind that will sit back and say, okay, I can't compete with this guy, but how can I be better? No, he don't do that. He just tries to destroy what he can't compete with. Okay. Number 4, harasses and threatens people and blames others for his failure. Okay. This guy is obsessed with people he can't compete with women he can't have, and he's obsessed with being a victim too, even though he's a bully and he's forceful. Okay. Number 5, he's full of lies and deception, a troll, a loser. Okay. But he can be in the real world too, obsessed with you, jealous, stalks you. He's full of hot air. You know, he'll tell you he's the greatest thing ever. And if you don't agree with him, it could be dangerous. Okay. You don't want to be with this guy. All right. Let's go ahead and take that down. Okay. You guys like these slides? I think they're funny. But there's truth to them. Okay. All right. Now let's go to the marriage stats. Okay. All right. Now this breaks it down with different groups. Okay. And I pulled this up on the Pew Research, and this is what it told me. It said approximately, and it was a couple years back, but it said approximately 48% of Americans are married. Okay, that's all Americans, all races, all ethnicities. 48% are married. So that tells us that 52% are not married. Okay, that's disturbing. All right, number 2, approximately 30% of Black Americans are married. Okay, so the Black community, only 30% are married. Okay, so that's well below the national average. Not good. But to be fair, we all need to fix ourselves, right? Okay. But the Black community leads the way in the least amount of marriages. Okay. And I don't like saying it, but the truth is the truth. All right. Number 3, approximately 52% of white Americans are married. Okay. That's better than the national average, but not by much. So about 48% of white people aren't married. So the white community, you're not doing good either. Okay. All right. Number 4, approximately 56% of Asians are married. Okay. When it's the same race, the Asians lead the way. Okay. But looking at them too, 56% are married. So what, 44% are not? So that's not good either. I mean, Asians, you got to fix it too. And then Hispanics, about 48%. So Hispanics are at the national average. A lot of Hispanics date and marry out. Okay. A lot of Asians do. In fact, more Asian women in America are with white men than Asian men. Do you know that? Yeah, it's true. Okay. So maybe maybe white men are having a positive effect on Asian women too, along with Black women. But Black women are the best option. We do better with Black women than any other group of women. Okay. But it tends that Black women, white men, we do better when we date out with other races. That's crazy, huh? All right. Here's a stat I'm proud of: Hawaii and New Mexico. All right. New Mexico getting credit for something. Have some of the highest portions of interracial couples in the United States. Now, Hawaii, a lot of different people there, right? A lot of nationalities and ethnicities. Okay. A lot of people getting together. That's great. That's awesome. New Mexico, okay? A lot of different people. The biggest group in New Mexico is Hispanic Mexican, okay? Number 2 is white. And then you got Native Americans, and you got some Asians, some Black people, a lot of diverse and different groups of people. The black population is only about 2 or 3% in New Mexico, but New Mexico is very open to interracial relationships. Okay, that's a beautiful thing about my state. They embrace it. People are okay whether you're with a black person, white person, Hispanic, white. Nobody cares. It's a beautiful thing. Okay. Number 7, black wife, white husband marriages have the lowest rate of divorce. Okay. It says that in the U.S. Census. Pew Research also did a study on it and found out that to be true. Okay. Now, black husband, white wife have the highest rates of divorce. Okay. Why? I think it's because of just choices. I think it's because of culture. Okay. I think black men and white women are coddled. Okay. Us white men, we coddle white women, and black women, you coddle the black man. Okay. Not all, but that's what I see. Okay. Tell me if I'm wrong or not. All right. But that's just some stats there. All right. Let's move that. Okay. Now, this is going to be triggering. Okay. But it's truth. Okay. Now, it says swirl love, black women, white men versus black love. It should say versus white love too. Okay. I'm going to correct this slide. All right. But number 1, black women, white men marriages are the most successful and longest lasting marriages. Okay. They've been that way for a number of years. Some people say, oh, there's new data out. Yeah. It just shows that we're more successful than we were yesterday. Okay. Number 2, black women, white men marriages have over a 50% less chance of a divorce than a black marriage, okay, than a black couple, and 44% less chance of a divorce than white marriage, a white couple. Okay, those numbers are almost pretty close together. So black women, white men, statistically, you're better off opening up your options. Just saying. According to the married stats, only 30% of black men are married and only 27% of black women are married. Okay. Those are very low numbers. I think in order to improve the black community, there needs to be more marriages, more because when you have single mothers, they tend to have less resources, less income. A lot of these women are put into poverty with their children. Okay. Number 4, both black women and white men are the hardest working and most loving and loyal and need to come together and love in marriage. Swirl to investment. I believe that, guys. Okay. I look at the data, and you know what? I'm kind of right about this. Okay. But anyway, I'll fix that slide. It should be swirl love, black love, white love, and compared. And I need to put the black man, white woman effect in there too, which is the lowest interracial group. The least successful is black men, white women. I'm just saying. Okay. I don't wish that to be. I want us all to be successful, but the truth is the truth. Okay. So when people see that, just make sure you're the best option. Do the right thing. Okay. Color don't build character. Okay. It's what's in your heart, your integrity. All right. All right. All right. This slide here, you guys all know what this is. Bowling for Becky's. Okay. Black men dating white women or marrying white women. Okay. Bowling for Becky's is a term that means a black man's quest to date women, white women, okay, and have a high body count. They're bowling for Becky's. They want many Becky's. They want to get, they're bowling for them. Okay. A black man that falls in love with a white woman and that's it. He's not bowling for Becky's. He just married a Becky. Does that make sense? The guys that go bowling for Becky's want to get with many Beckys. Okay? But that's the term. And bowling for Becky's means black men pursuing white women at high numbers. Okay? So if you hear me talk about bowling for Becky's, that's what it is. Okay? All right. Now, this slide here, crapping out for Karens. Okay? All right. A Karen, we know what a Karen is, right? An overprivileged white woman that has a bad attitude, that wants everybody to cater to her. That's a Karen, right? Now, a Karen could be race loyal, or she could be a swirler, okay? A Karen could be all in for the black man, but she still got that privilege, that anger, and you know the Karen that is race loyal, she might not like black people, but you know the Karen with the black man, it all into the black man, but hate white people. You know what I'm saying? So it goes both ways. Okay, a Karen can be race loyal or a swirler. Okay, all right, and what a Karen is, she's angry, overprivileged white woman. Okay, a Karen can be race loyal or a swirler. Okay, she can go either way. A Karen is in everyone's business. Okay, a Karen's nosy and is very controlling. Got to have it her way. Okay, you don't, you make her angry or you look at her some kind of way, she might call the police on you. That's what a Karen does. Okay, always in your business and has to have it her way. That's a Karen. She thinks the world revolves around her. Okay, when a man chooses a Karen, he has definitely crapped out, regardless whether he's white or black. You get that Karen, you're crapped out, brother. Okay? And you see these two guys rolling the dice, right? You got the black man here. He loves the Karens. You got the white man. He's with the Karen. They just rolled the dice and crapped out. And if you crap out for a Karen, I gotta look. My prayers are with you. Okay, I'm just saying. Number 5, regardless if Karen is race loyal or a swirler, she tends to have a problem with black women. Okay, and from what I've seen from Karens, this is almost 100% true. Okay, it's very accurate. Karens, for some reason, have a problem with black women. They're jealous of black women. A lot of times they try to emulate a black woman and then try to outdo a black woman. You know, and a Karen will mess with black women for some reason. They'll mess with white men or black men too, but usually her sights are set in the black woman for some reason. I think it's jealousy and anger and a little racism there. Yeah, that's what a Karen does. Okay. Number six. Okay. For a relationship with a Karen to work, the man must give in. And in this situation, the man's got to submit to Karen, or it ain't going to work. I'm just saying, be careful of those Karens. Now, I'm talking to white men and black men. Stay away from Karen. She'll have you on your knees submitting to her. Don't crap out for a Karen. All right? Okay. All right. So that concludes the slideshow. Okay. I'll be making more slides. I've been getting emails. People say, "Hey, I like the slides you do. They're funny and they have some accuracy to them and they're pretty neat." Yeah, I'll have slideshows. And I'll make up some more characters and try to put it in the real life. Because the Faker Jack Joker, we know that guy, right? I remember I worked at a fast food restaurant when I was 16, and this black guy I work with, he was like 23 years older, and he had a nice Cadillac, dressed nice, you know. And this guy, you thought he had money, he had it going on, and he's a black guy, and he when he was with, and what was crazy, when he was with black women, they were very beautiful and just super beautiful, right? I'm like, wow, I was impressed. But when he would be with white women, but when he's with white women, it's like, you could do better, guy. Can I help you out? Find a better, it'd be like that. It's so weird. It's like black men want the black woman to just be a knockout, but the white woman, whatever. Do you guys see that? I don't know, but this guy was like that. Maybe that's a stereotype, but he fit into that stereotype. But he had a Cadillac. He had nice clothes. Okay. Women were attracted to that. He wasn't the best looking guy. Okay. He's just an everyday guy. But the women cling to him. You know why? Because he had a nice car and he dressed nice. Okay. And this guy, he had me in his training program. I was like that young Jedi. He was going to train. He I guess he was having some charity in the everyday white teenager and going to make him a player, right? It is funny because he would tell me, "Hey man, this is how you do it. Okay, you got to buy some nice clothes, man. It's about the look, right? And you gotta." He says, "Look." He says, "How much money you got in your pocket?" I'm like, "Oh, a few bucks, but why?" He said, "Take it out." And I had some ones, and he rolled it up, and he took a 20 and he wrapped it around it, and he says, "Carry that in your pocket." And he says, "Get a lot of ones and put a 20 on the back of it." He said, "And if you have a 50, it's even better." So he wrapped the 20 and he says, "Here." And I said, "Okay, thanks." He said, "Give me back my 20, damn it." And you took it. I was like, I was going, but he was teaching me how to deceive women. Okay. That's what a faker jack joker does. Okay. Now, this guy wasn't mean or nothing. He was, a friendly guy, but he deceived women. He took advantage of women. In fact, he had 3 babies from two different women at 23. Okay. He didn't have much money. He had a nice car, nice clothes. His apartment was a wreck. In fact, he was behind on his bills, and he's trying to finance, his deception. So things like this we see. Okay. Now, white men do the same thing. Okay. Because I'm going to get the haters. You're just going in and you're hating on black men. That's hateful. Stop it. No, I'm telling you what I see. Okay. Just saying. Look. But I'm not. I would never be good at that because I'm not good at deceiving people. What you see is what you get. I can't. It just ain't me. And maybe it's not glamorous being an everyday guy and being honest, but hey, I mean, I just, that's who I am. That's how I've been raised. But anyway. All right, guys, we've been on here for an hour and 26 minutes. Okay. I'm going to drop the link. Now, if I don't recognize you and don't pull you up, don't get upset. Okay. But anyway, I'm going to drop the link. You guys want to come up? You can. But I want to show these videos. I got 4 videos I want to show you. Okay. And these are nice videos, but it makes you think. Okay. Now, let me do the first one here.
Comments that are sexist or racist or both. And those are just allowed.
Okay, hold on. I went too far ahead. Okay, let me play this real quick.
Anybody else frustrated by this? I posted a video last night calling out some racist bullshit directed at my wife. And I see it all the time. Comments that are sexist or racist or both. And those are just allowed to exist. That is protected. That is fine. But when we call it out, suddenly that's a problem. And I know.
Okay, what he's talking about Oh, dang it. What he's talking about, I guess he had this thing going on with his family and he got some racist comments. Okay. And what he's talking about is sometimes you get some black men that'll say some hateful stuff, like say, "Oh, well, you're a slave owner and what you were doing back in slavery days," or some stupid crap, or say something rude about his wife because she's a black woman. Okay. And it seems like this, what he's saying is like it's okay. Like it's, but when you call it out, somehow that's a problem. Like you got to just shut up, you know? And I've dealt with stuff like that where I make videos and talking about my wife, or I have my wife and people will say the hateful things like, oh, talk about how she looks or stupid crap, just mean, hateful stuff. And then start saying racist stuff to me. And that's okay. And if I respond and defend my wife or myself, somehow it's wrong. Right. And I think that's what he's dealing with. You will get some white people that say racist, hateful stuff, but it's not that many. It really isn't, which surprised me because I thought it would. I thought white supremacy would be camping out on my YouTube page, but it tends to be more black men doing it. Nah, that's troubling. Okay, but let's continue.
Know that some people are probably cringing right now going, dude, get over yourself. This is a children's dancing app. It's not really a big deal. It is a big deal. And you and I have grown this into a community of about 300,000 people. Like, this is a big platform, and I will continue to use this for good. And I know a lot of my videos are just, it's silly, right? We're having fun. We're making fun of my dancing. But it's also me showing how much I love my family and how much I love my marriage. And a lot of people, even in the year of our Lord 2023, have a problem with interracial marriages. And it is flabbergasting to me. I just don't understand it. I see so much support in the comments. I try to read as many as I can, and a lot of people are asking what they can do to support. You can follow me if you don't already. You can keep sharing my content. I really appreciate that. Comment on it. But most importantly, if you see racist and sexist BS in person online, call it out, because that is ridiculous, and we should not be tolerating that. There's no excuse for it. I love you. You are the best. Thank you for your support. I got to go to work now. I'm going to take the rest of the day to just be.
Okay. All right. And he's just being protective of his family. Okay. There's no room for any racist attacks. No need to say things about a man's wife or his family. Okay. That should be left alone. Okay. You might not agree with an interracial relationship, whatever combination it is, but leave people alone. Okay. It is not your say who should be with who. Okay. Whoever you want to date and marry is up to you, regardless of whether you're black or white, man or woman. Okay. This is your. Now, I'll tell you some stats. And the reason I do that, because I can sit back and, enjoy my life with my wife and children and grandchildren and be like, whatever. And that's most of my life I did that. I didn't really get into things like that. I just kind of ignored it and went about my way. But I think in today's world, and I've seen so many things that black women go through, that it has to be called out. And interracial relationships need to be defended. Okay. They do. Okay. And whether I support interracial relationship, whether it's a white man and a black woman or a black man and white woman or whatever, I do support everybody. Okay. And we shouldn't be hating on people because of who they choose. All right. I'm just saying. Hey there, Genesis. How's it going? Hello, Genesis. Can you hear me? Hello? Genesis. Genesis,
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear
Oh,
me?
yeah, I can hear you. How's it going?
I'm so sorry. It's going good. I'm
Oh,
so
okay.
sorry. I cooked
No
tonight. I
worries.
hope you all didn't hear me. I made some taco salad. It was
Oh,
so
awesome.
yeah.
Mm.
I hope you all didn't hear the crunching and the eating.
No, no,
It
there
was
was no sound.
oh
Yeah,
okay okay okay.
no, it was my fault too because I had you muted and didn't know it. I was like,
Okay.
Genesis. It's like my
You know
fault. Uh oh.
yes, because this is real life, real time. We're living
Yeah.
our lives in our interracial marriages, doing our
Hmm.
thing.
Right.
So I just want to, Brent, I just want to, oh my God, I just want to say thank you so much. You and your wife are
Oh,
so
thank
inspirational to us. 30 years going strong.
you. Yeah.
Um, when I look at your wife, I've seen her, in pictures and things like that. You don't
Hmm.
show her much, but I see
Yeah.
such a beautiful, strong, resilient woman. And the
Yeah.
fact that she supports your platform, and she says very little, but her presence means so much.
Yeah.
So I just want to say thank you to your wife. You know,
Oh, thanks.
her
Yeah.
her her beauty, her presence. She means so much to me. When I see her, she reminds me of the women that I grew up with in Chicago. My great
Mhm.
grandmother, my sisters, my bloodline. That's what your wife represents to me. So I just want to, give a shout out to your wife, to Sandy, because
Oh, okay.
I really see who she is, and the man that she married. It shows her good character. It shows the quality of her character. You do.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. And look, my wife, she's going to be on again. We're going to do it when I hit the million views. Um,
Okay.
I would have my wife on more, but for some reason, you got idiots that have to attack my wife. They have to
I
talk.
got you. Right.
And it pisses me off because I'd love to have
Mhm.
my wife on every other night or even every other night.
Right.
But I can't because they don't just come for me, they come for her. And and she wants to come on and we're going to do some shows together. But
Mhm.
I just I don't understand why people attack family members.
Right.
I mean, there's people I can't stand that I would love to just choke, but I never attack their family. I
Mhm.
don't understand why people got to do that. But that's the
Mhm.
way. And another thing, I've had to lie about where I live and all this stuff because people are
Mhm.
searching my information. People are they're watching me
Mhm.
because and I know it
Right.
because I'll do a little thing and get the reaction. I'm like, I know
Mhm.
what you're doing, and
Right.
I've had to take measures to do that.
Mhm.
And I've had to delete some social media stuff because people
Mhm.
dig.
Yeah.
And why? Because I say black women and white men are the best option, or I tell some
Right.
stats. Well, it's the
Right.
truth. But you don't have to watch me or like me but some of these people are sick.
They are.
And it's like, why I don't get it.
Mhm.
But
Well, I get it. You're winning. You've
yeah.
won. The black woman won. You swirl to investment. So, what do you expect? When you're king of the hill, you're going to get that pushback because you have no competition. You're the
Right.
winner. So, you're going to get that pushback. I you all inspire me, you and your wife. I know that I can't talk about a lot of things that I would want to talk about with you and your wife and people
Yeah.
on the platform, um, because we're winning. You know, one
Right.
thing that I've learned, when you're moving, you can't tell everybody when you're going to move. You can't
Right.
tell when you're, like, for instance, when you're going to go on vacation. When are you going to purchase a new house? When are you going to
Right.
get a new apartment? When are you going to get a new car? You don't tell people that. When you move, when you navigate, you have to navigate silently,
Right.
because what happens is, when you move and you have, when you're moving like that, you have to move in silence, step by step, strategically. So, I remember when you said you and your wife, like where you're at, you're making six figures.
Hmm.
I'm not going to get into, too much of what's going on with myself and my husband as far as
Right.
our finances, but I'm going to just tell you this: we're doing good.
Yeah.
My husband and I, we work as a team, okay? Strategically. Um,
Right.
I'm a stay-at-home wife. I have an organization. I work from home. Um, we're doing good. The system, what happened, let me tell you, what happened in the system of white supremacy, patriarchy, it prevented women like me, women like Sandy, from being able to navigate in the system. So we
Right.
had to get creative. We had to get strategic. Um, that's what made me a stay-at-home wife, because the system doesn't allow us, especially like with me, it doesn't allow me to move in the system. So what happens is, people think that we have an easy street, and we don't. The black
Right.
woman does not. But because it didn't allow us to operate in the system, we had to get creative. Men like you, men like Alexander, Mark, my husband, swirl to investment. I love when you say that. I love that. Swirl to investment,
Mm.
what that really means, because that is what allows us as black women to think strategically, think creatively, and to strive. My husband and I, we're leveling up. We're doing really well right now. Um, you know, I don't want to get into too much because we're on the internet or whatever, and
Yeah.
people get
Yeah.
jealous, people get,
They do.
this and that. What we're doing, we could teach others. We could
Right.
teach others. Um,
What?
but a lot of it has to do also with your character. A lot of it has to do with you living benevolently. A lot of it has to do with you respecting the life force, respecting the elderly, respecting animals,
You.
respecting any form of human law, because the thing is, if you respect the life force, if you take care of the life force will take care of you.
Right.
When you swirl to investment, you allow the black woman to thrive. I have all these ideas. I have all these ways of thriving and manifesting and doing and succeeding and getting and winning. Swirl to investment on the black woman. I got the strategic plan for us to go up. It is what
Right.
it is.
Right.
And
You.
so I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to tell you the story, and you know what? We're having influence in the swirl to
Hmm.
investment. That's and it makes sense. Take your swirl to investment, your interracial
Exactly.
dating to marriage come
Right.
together, and this happened in Genesis. This was a beautiful thing.
Okay.
I was coming home from work, right, and I stopped
Hmm.
back at a convenience store, and
Okay.
this young lady was calling my name, right, and she was like in her but I didn't recognize her. It was a black woman. I'm like, hi. I'm like, how does she know my name? And it was weird. And she says, I've watched you and Sandy all my life, and you guys are amazing. I'm like, thank you. And I didn't want to say, who are you? Because this woman knows me and my wife, and I'm like, and then we are talking, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I don't know who and she told me her name, and she says, yeah, at church, you and your wife and your kids, your three little kids, and I used to see you guys, and you guys were happy, and this young lady, I knew her but I remember as a child, she was little, like her
Mm-hmm.
parents knew my parents, and she's a black woman. Her mom and dad are black. They went to our church, but she married a white guy, and she introduced me to her husband, and it was neat. It was like me and my wife had an influence on this young lady,
Mm-hmm.
and she's been married for a few years, and they're happy and got a child, and she said, you know what, it's like you gave me permission to do this. And I'm
Right.
like, well, I can't give you permission. I don't have no, but just an example. Like, she's seen me and my wife happy, and you know, people people don't understand that we have influence on a lot of people just by our actions and how we carry
Mm-hmm.
ourselves. But that
Exactly.
that that made me feel good. And then I recognized who she was. I was like, oh, hey, I know you. I said, you grown up. I remember you as a little girl. So I was like, but she's asking how my kids were doing, because they used to play with her in the nursery, because she was like a baby at the time. So, but I mean, you have an impact on people. And
Mm-hmm.
you know what? And marriages are struggling in all areas, but we're seeing
Right.
we're seeing like a shining light with black women and white men. Now, not all the marriages work, but we're seeing a lot that are. And
Mm-hmm.
we're seeing people come together that are finding true love and happiness.
Right.
And yeah, but anyway, I just
Yeah.
wanted to tell you that. I'm sorry. That
No, 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 you're good. Like I said, move in silence, move
right,
strategically. Being that we're on YouTube or whatever, I can't share everything,
right,
but everything you're saying is highly effective. And it's been highly effective in myself and my husband's life. 14 years. It didn't happen when we wanted it to happen, but it's
right,
happening. And all the while, I was able to sit and think and um, create, a game plan of how I wanted my life to go as my husband, was gaining resources and doing everything for us. Like I said, when we first met, we met in a homeless shelter, myself and my husband. He had fell on hard times. I had fell on hard times. But the
yeah,
one thing that I always wanted, I wanted a man that was educated, either at my level or higher. So, I married a man, even though I met him in the homeless shelter, he had two master's degrees. I have my esthetician's license. So, I always thought that it was important for us to, when you have children, it's important that usually two people that are highly educated, when they have children, it's more likely for them to have children that are going to end up college bound, gaining higher education. So that was something that I always wanted in my marriage, because I wanted my children to be able to thrive and to be able to, be creative, have their own walk, their own skill sets, and be able to, function and thrive into the things that they wanted to be.
right,
So, um, I felt like when I married my husband, I never had to compromise. I never had to compromise. He was everything that I wanted. But you know what? I was smart in what I wanted. You know, when you're rejected by the world, you have a lot of time to think. You have a lot of time to think about what you want, what you don't want, what you will and what you will not put up with. And if anything, if a man never comes or if you never end up married, as black women, we figured out how to thrive on our own. So when a man did come along, he was just a compliment. He was just something that complemented what we already was going towards. So that's why, the black woman, white man relationship, it's a swirl to investment beyond what I could have ever imagined. Because, my husband, when I work, when I thrive, when I move in life, he's investing into me every single day. And I think about that and I honor that and I respect that. Because I know how to look, I'm 43 years old. I know how to get out there and get it. I'm not even going to lie. I'm not even going to
Yeah.
lie. I know how to get out there and get it. My husband, I see all that I've been able to manifest. I'm not gonna go into it because we're on the internet,
Right.
but let me tell you something. I'm living good. And it's the thing about it is my husband loved me first. He loved me first. He loved the fact that I supported the animals, the elderly, the women. I supported the matriarchy first. And my husband supported that. He supports me in that. Cause a lot of people, the thing that I was, cause I'm an animal rights activist.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say that I am, and I had an issue with I hate to say, I'm not gonna go there, but a lot of men didn't want to support that I supported in that way. You know what I mean? They didn't understand why I was an animal rights activist. And my thing was, if you don't support animals, I don't support you. If I sat down with a man and he wasn't, he didn't like dogs, he didn't like cats, especially as a black woman. If I
Mm-hmm.
sit here and I'm, as a black woman, we go through racism, colorism, all of those things. And then
Right.
you sit with right. And as a black person, you have an issue with animals, you have an issue with the elderly. I don't rock with that because if you want to be treated humanely as a black person, you shouldn't be sitting there saying, I don't like cats, I don't like dogs. Well, what if I turned around and said, well, I don't like black people? You see what I'm saying? So that
Yeah.
was the issue
Right.
that was the issue that I was having because I needed a man that supported me in supporting the life force. And my husband was that. So, everything's been going good. Um, you know, I'm sitting right now, good right now. My husband was able to give me a brand new apartment. I'm
Mm.
not even gonna lie,
Nice.
you know, um, brand new everything. Okay. Um, I'm very grateful. The true and living God is good. But what my point is, where it stems from, it doesn't stem from us using each other, us playing each other, us
Right.
looking at each other like, okay, what am I gonna get out of this? I look at God working in my life and I see that we're working, me and my husband, we work together. We team up and we thrive together. We want to see each other succeed. You understand what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
not about it's not about what am I gonna get out of this. It's about how am I gonna help to make this other person better. It's about that. So I think a lot of times when people in marriages, no matter what race, no matter what, social economic status or ethnicity. They miss loving each other and
Right.
helping to make each other's lives better, putting each other first. One thing too I wanted to mention as far as like the church, a lot
Yeah.
of times they teach that you should put the marriage first. And I disagree with that. My husband disagrees with that too because
Mhm.
it's like this: you help the person in the system that needs the most help. That's who
Mhm.
you help. You help the being that needs the most help. So let's say, for instance, we have a child, myself and my husband. We
Uh-huh.
put the child first because that child can't walk, can't talk. They may not be able to think, to do for themselves. We don't put our marriage first. Our marriage is already supposed to be intact. We put the kid first because that child is not able to fend for themselves, and then we go from there. You see what I'm saying? We go
Right.
from there. So swirl into investment, I think, is the best thing. The Black woman has had a lot of time to think about this thing. We've had a lot of time to um, figure out the game plan and how we're going to strategically move in order to win. Okay. The question is, who are we going to take with us?
Right.
That's the question. So, it's exciting. It's an exciting time. you know I'm happy because women, we love stability. Okay,
Right.
we love stability, we love being able to get what we want. Like I said, as far as like making our cozy comforts and things like that, I'm not going to talk about too much, but I'm just going to say my husband and I, we're winning. Okay,
Right.
we're winning right now. The Black woman white man relationship is thriving, it's winning, and it's doing good, but it's all in love, it's all in benevolency, it's all in helping each other. Even if I, like my husband, he works so hard, and I see his, how he works and everything like that. I appreciate and respect and love his hustle. It's a lot of things that he does. I'm like, oh my God, I can I just can't do it. But I respect and appreciate and value what he does for me. So I take that and I manifest it. A lot of times, with the men, what they do, men are hunters. They go out and hunt. They go out and get the resources. They bring it back to the Black woman in this instance, swirling to investment. We manifest. We flip the resources. We get we gather and we create a home. That's a team. That's how we do it. So, a lot of people were sleeping on the Black women. They were sleeping on the Sandys. They were sleeping on the Indiana moms. They were sleeping on the Beverlys. They were sleeping on the Genesises. But guess what? We're manifesting, we're doing, we're prospering, and they're getting left behind. That's all I can say.
Right. Yeah.
That's
I
all I
mean,
can say.
you know what you know what I thought about? I was today when I was getting the show together, and I have 3 videos. Maybe I'll save them for the next show because they're, but,
Hmm.
and I was going through YouTube and I saw this old video, and this black guy was complaining. He says, well, black women, act all crazy, but when a white man comes, she's all feminine and all this stuff. And you've heard that said, right?
Right.
And I thought about that, and I think I know why that is.
Okay.
Okay, I think that I think black women can sense if you care for them or not. You know what I mean? and they can kind of feel if you're going to exploit them, or where a lot of times maybe the white man's just maybe carries a kinder spirit or has love for her, true love, not just, you know what I mean, not just physically attracted and lust, but actually caring. And I
Right.
think when a woman gets that, she gravitates to that. And I think black women do it more than any other women, because black women, I believe, have the biggest heart and the most love. So when there's true love there, even if she don't know you, I think in a way she kind of gravitates to that.
Right.
That's what I was thinking is going on, because it's like us white men, we see black women differently. I
Right.
believe
Right.
I believe than black men do. See, we don't see black women like we have access to her, or we take her for granted, or see what we could get out of her. We're just happy to be with her. And those of us that love black women, when she shows us love, we don't take it for granted. We embrace it.
Right.
You know what I mean? We
Mm-hmm.
internalize it too. It's like, oh my God, thank God, this is great. This is, you know, I just, I think that's what's going on. I think
Mm-hmm.
black men have had access to black women forever, so maybe they just take black women for granted.
Mm-hmm.
And and white men, we don't expect to have instant access. We know we got to prove ourselves. We know we got to show that we're worthy,
Mm-hmm.
and then hope and pray she accepts us. Right? That's what we go
Mm-hmm.
through. But when we
Right.
get that acceptance, and from my experience, this is how I feel, ladies. And look, the first date I was on was with the black girl, and the
Mm-hmm.
second date was a black girl, and then black women, black women, black. It's been only black women for me. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of weird that way. My heart belongs to black women and no one else, and I've known what I want, and I just go for it. And
Mm-hmm.
that's been my life. But the reason I'm like that is because black women have shown me love from the time I was a child till I started dating and then got married, you know? And
Mm-hmm.
when a black woman in my life would embrace me, it was like I won the lottery of life. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It was like I was so thankful and happy and excited. And black women have done that to me because I'm in love with them so much that I just think they're the most beautiful women on earth. And when I'd approach is like I would be going through some things. I mean, my heart would be racing. I would tremble a little bit. I'd stutter a little bit. And when she said yes, it was like I was so grateful. You know what I mean? And I don't think
Mm-hmm.
black men are doing that. They're just like, yeah, well,
Mm-hmm.
she's supposed to do this. But and people say, well, you were desperate, so somebody showed you. No, that ain't what it is. It just that's I had true love for black women, and that's who I wanted to be with. And when she said yes, I was totally grateful and I embraced it.
Mm-hmm.
When I married my wife, it was the greatest day of my life.
I'm
I, I,
sure.
I mean, I was so happy and excited, and it was something new and just great. And 30 years down the road, I'm still excited and grateful, and I embrace what me and my wife have. And I tell you, it's like it was always meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if people really see what I'm saying, or get what I'm saying, or if you're a white man and you love black women, you know exactly what I'm saying. And when I
Mm-hmm.
talk to white men that feel like I do about black women,
Mhm.
they understand completely. In
Right,
fact, they'll
right.
say about the same thing I say. It's weird. It's like we're on the same wavelength. Um, and I think it's just because we see the true beauty in
Mhm.
black women. There's no other woman I ever wanted to be with. And people have said, "Well, you're biased. You don't like other women." No, it's not. I don't like them. I just love black women. That's it. I mean, but it was meant to be, and that's why I'm with Sandy because I just feel God led me to my wife, and
Mhm.
you know, but I took that swirl to investment. I took it to marriage. I was looking for a wife when I was dating. Look, I got married at 24, and my family, that's like, I'm a late bloomer. you know, where most people, that's like, oh, you were real young. I didn't feel that way. But, when it's time, it's time. But it just, I don't know. With black women, it just, there's something about black women that, and I try to tell people how amazing black women are, how I've been blessed, how my life has been. And and it just that's why I feel the way I do, and I feel
Mhm.
I have to tell the world, like, this is what's going on. These women are the best option. I don't care
Mhm.
what your race is as a man, the black woman is the best option for all races of men. And the data, I dig into it, and you know what, it's showing that we're being more successful with black women than white women, than Asian, than Hispanic. uh Now we might date, marry black women less, but we have the most successful marriages with black women. And see, people attack me on stats and say, well, there'll be black men say, well, we get with more white women than you get with black women. And I say, you're right. But it's not about how many, it's about who. It's about finding that wife. It's about having that marriage. It's not about getting with multiple people. Mentally and emotionally and spiritually, that'll mess you up anyway. you
Right.
know but yeah, but anyway,
Mhm.
kind of spilling my feelings here, but no, that's honest to God truth though.
Right.
Black women are amazing. I look, and I don't care how many liked me or how many would date me. It don't matter. Black women are the best option. And you know
Mhm.
what, all I ever needed was one, and I found her. And that's my wife, Sandy, and hey,
Yeah.
it's beautiful and it worked out. And I tell people, give black women a chance, and black women give other groups of men a chance. Get to know each other. A lot of times we stop ourselves because of the propaganda,
Mhm.
and because of the stereotypes and generalizations that we're it's like we're scared of each other when actually the stats say we love each other the most. I mean, I'm just
Mhm.
saying, you know. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you and everything that you're saying. You know how I move. I put a couple of comments in the comment section. Black women, we have a higher level of estrogen and testosterone levels in our system.
Mhm.
So a lot of times, when I get out there in these streets, I step into my more so masculine energy because at this point in time, the world, they challenge us, they push us, they fight us. So it forces me outside of my home to more so step into my masculine energy so I can survive, so I can, do what I need to do out there in those streets. But when I come home and inside my home, where my husband is helping to cultivate and, create a reality for me that is more, as they say, the soft life. I can step into my feminine energy. I can thrive into my cooking skills and my creative abilities and my esthetician skills, because I'm a licensed esthetician. I went to school for that. So, those different type of things, I can step more so into my feminine creative energy, because the feminine energy tends to be more creative. So, they're helping me. When I get out there in those streets, yeah, I'm rough. I'm from the south side of Chicago and everything. So I know how to be rough. I know how to be, more so in my masculine energy outside, in those streets. But when I come home, I can step into my feminine energy. When you're
Right.
treated good, when you're treated like a human being, as a person, as a woman, of course you're going to act differently. Of course you're going to be more effective when you're treated as a human being. And the thing is, with Black women in that system of the previous patriarchy that we seen, we were treated like we were less than human. We were treated as if we didn't deserve love, or as if we were not worthy of love. So when you put a woman in a situation where she's treated properly, she's treated decently, like a human being, of course, any woman would thrive. Any woman would be good at whatever particular skill sets that she does. So, that's where I think we are. A lot of the women in the comment section are. We are, when it comes to swirling to investment, in that swirling to investment of Black women are treated like human beings. Therefore, Black women are able to thrive, are able to cultivate, are able to build. When you have that protection, you're able to then build, you're able to create and manifest. That's where we're at right now. I think, like, right now, I'm seeing with myself, my husband, he's been able to, in this economy, and God bless him for this. He's been able to create a situation where I'm a stay at home. Not too many women in this economy, Black, white, Asian, Puerto Rican, I don't
Right.
care what race they are, not too many women can say that they are a stay at home wife in this economy.
Right.
I,
Yeah.
as a Black, dark skinned woman with 4C natural locked hair, can say that I'm a stay at home wife. My husband has been able to establish a situation for me as such. I don't take that for granted. I don't feel that I deserve that, or I'm so this or so that, or so worthy of being a stay at home. Through the grace of God, my husband, Gregory McKee, has been able to do that for me. Okay, since he's been able to create a situation where I can be a stay at home, the answer to that is, what can I do as a stay at home to be the most effective for my family?
Mhm.
So, to be the most effective for my family, I work from home, you know? So, as my point is, as a Black woman, because we have so many skill sets, because we are so motivational as Black women, because we're so you know able to be resourceful and things like that, when we're put in situations where we can manifest, create, and build, we need to do so. So that's what's happening right now. When, because I've seen other women that stay at home moms, stay at home wives, or whatever. I'm not trying to say that I'm all that, But I do feel as a stay-at-home wife, I'm probably one of the most effective
Mhm.
because I've had time to think about so many things. And as a stay-at-home, I have time to be productive and constructive. When I wake up in the morning, my thoughts in my head is how can I be productive? How can I be constructive? What can I do to create, generate, and build productivity in my life, constructiveness in my life? Because I have that backing of my husband. I have that, you know, the support of my husband. So I feel like, I'm like bulletproof. I'm on it. I'm ready. I'm able.
Mhm.
I'm willing. I'm getting the job done. Being a stay-at-home wife too. A lot of people think that we don't do no work. We
Uh-huh.
probably got we work harder than most people working a regular job. The beauty of that, I can be my
That's
own
right.
boss.
Right. Hmm.
I can be my own boss. A lot of people don't understand that. My husband fully understands that. He supports me. I fully understand that. So, you know, the next step, I'm constantly thinking, for my future and for my husband and our family, what can we do to be productive and constructive? We've been married 14 years. We don't have any biological children yet. That's something that we do want. But at the same time, I would love to adopt a child. I would love to create a situation where there's someone in need that would benefit from myself and my husband's situation, a child that we could, be that I could foster, because I'm into like fostering children, fostering animals, even if they don't stay with us forever. I want My goal is I want um, any form of the life force ordained by God to benefit from my marriage. So that's what that's what we're working on or whatever. Having a child, you just never know. There may
Right.
be someone out there that needs us to foster, especially, let me tell you this. Oh, since government social programs are going down 10% every year, a lot of
Uh-huh.
people were having children in order to get, food stamps, WIC. Let me tell you
Yeah.
this, in the state of Georgia, because I live in Atlanta, Georgia. Well, we live in Stone Mountain now, but in Atlanta,
Uh-huh.
Georgia, in order to qualify for food stamps, you have to volunteer for 20 hours a week, quote unquote, volunteer for 20 hours a week. So that means that if you're volunteering or working 20 hours a week, you're actually getting food stamps for the price that's less than minimum wage because they're cutting the subsidies. So you have to work for food stamps. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So, um, like I said, to be a stay at home, I appreciate the value. I understand the value of that because in this economy, most most people could not do what my husband does for me, and I understand that.
Yeah.
So, um, so we have to say, okay, this is an opportunity. I see being a stay-at-home wife as an opportunity to do what? To thrive, an opportunity to do what? To succeed, an opportunity to do what? To help others. So we gotta then what? Help the people who are in need of the most help. So you're going to see, because people are not getting subsidized as much by having a bunch of kids and this and that, they're going to want their children to be adopted and this and that. So this
Mm.
is, this is what I'm getting into. I had a friend of mine. She was into fostering children. That was her thing. Her husband, he was from Chicago, like myself. He was a bounty hunter. And they
Oh,
had a
okay.
really, yeah, they had a really good marriage. Yeah. So she wanted to foster children. She wanted to create a situation where she had a huge house and she fostered children or whatever. So my point is, these are the type of things that Black women, matriarchal women, need to be doing with the backing of Brent, with the backing of Greg, with the backing of Mark, with the backing of Alexander. We need to be creating a system in order to help heal the world. See, I got big dreams. And you know, I'm gonna just be honest. The Black man as a collective didn't understand. He didn't want to do this. It's too much work. It's too hard. When I'm talking like this, they don't want to do it. You know, people want to walk in and the shit is already done. See, I'm not that type of person. I go in and do the work. You see what I'm saying? Call it masculine, call it whatever you want to call it. I'm coming in and doing the work.
Right.
Don't come to me. Don't come to me when the work is already done. And now you want to, you know, celebrate. Ain't no celebration. Ain't no two-stepping with me. Ain't no, you know, all of that with me. You know, let me do my thing and you step back. So it was gonna, you know, a lot of people thought that I would never be married. A lot of people out there thought that I would never have a husband. And I was okay with that. Why? Because I was more focused on healing the world. I was more focused on breaking up and busting down the system. You know, 20 years ago, people was telling me to shut the fuck up. They was telling me that, it's not gonna happen. But God said yes. The universe said yes. And I met my husband. You see, it's the thing is, true success is a lot of times what nobody wants to do. What nobody wants to do, that's true success. Once you succeed at that type of success, not everybody wants to do it.
Yeah.
Swirl to investment. See, that's why I respect my husband. I appreciate my husband. I really do. I respect the fact that he respect my hustle. I respect the fact that he see my vision. I respect the fact that he willing to invest in me. And I'm a stay at home. I don't work the system.
Right.
I don't work their system. I don't work their streets. I manifest what we do at the home. See, I'm a stay at home. I ain't like most stay at homes. Mm-mm. You know, I got a vision, I got a plan, I got a purpose, I got a way, I got a prosperous situation going on. That's the type of stay at. See, that's why they don't want the Black woman to be a stay at home wife. Cause baby, we something. A stay at home wife like me. Oh, we're about to own the whole corporation up in the house. We're about to own the whole business up in the house. We're about to manifest the whole situation up in the house. We're about to manifest millions up in the house. You see what I'm saying? That's what we do. That's why they
Yeah.
don't want us to be a stay at home because we too busy thinking. We too busy manifesting. We too busy collaborating. And then if you got that man that's investing into you constantly, we making those resources work, work, work. They don't want to see us as a stay at home. You know why? Because we're going to dominate. And
Right.
I used to be scared of that word. I used to be scared of the word dominate because, you know, to, to, to dominate was associated with masculinity. To dominate is not necessarily about being masculine. To dominate just means simply it's your time, it's your season. Right now, this is matriarchy time. This is matriarchy season. This is our time to dominate. You see what I'm saying? This is our time. Dominating for the Black woman means to heal, means to, you know, produce, means to love, all of that. That's what dominating for us is because the previous cycle, you know, it's pretty much over and it did a lot of damage. So, you know, that's why, you know, these are just different reasons. The Black woman, it's our time. And
Right.
the swirl to investment is in order for us to heal the world. Yes, we have, big shoes to fill as Black women. We have a lot on our plate to have a cycle, to have a system as Black women, but we're getting it done. We're number one in graduating and enrolling in college.
Right.
We're doing it. So these are the different things. See, I've had a lot of time to stay at home. I've had a lot of time to think about this thing, you know. So, I'm excited. I'm happy. Things are manifesting in myself and my husband's life. I'm really proud of what he's been able to do. I'm not saying that Black women and white men should get together for the win. That's just the icing on the cake. Get
Hmm.
together for the love, get together
Right.
for the soul energy. Then that way you will win. It's that we have to coordinate, and we have to change our perspective. It's the love that comes first. It's the support that comes first. It's you have to do things for the right reason. The morals and ethics need to be incorporated. Then the win will come. The manifestation will come. The resources will come. If you look at the Bible, it talks about, what is it? Um, I don't know what the scripture is. Oh my God!
Mm.
But it's about doing for the betterment of you work on the love, and then all else will come to you.
Yeah.
You know, you work on that first. So I'm just excited. It's an exciting time. I always talk to my husband about when you said
Mhm.
swirl to investment. I always talk to him about, I always joke with him or talk to him about that,
Uh-huh.
because that's where we're at in life right now, swirling to investment.
Right.
Um, what is it that we can do as the Black woman white man couple? What is it that we can do to heal the world? What is it that we can do to manifest resources? And then when we manifest, what do we do with the resources that we manifest with?
Mm.
For me, it's helping women, the elderly, children, um, battered wives. It's helping the people that need the most help and helping them. That's what, when Greg invests into me, that's what I invest into the life force,
Right.
because he's taking care of me and I'm taking care of the life force. He's pouring into me and I'm pouring into the life force. That's how our marriage works. Most men didn't understand that vision when it came to me. A lot of, I hate to say it, but a lot of Black men, they didn't understand they didn't want when I was talking like this. You know what I'm saying? 20
Hmm.
years ago, when I was talking like this, they was looking at me like I was crazy. So I just shut up. But when I met my husband, he understood completely what I meant by investing into the life force. He was willing to invest into me so I could invest into the life force. That's the type of husband that I needed. That's the type of man that I needed. If he was a white man, so be it.
Right.
20 years ago, they wasn't trying to hear what I had to say. Now they're hearing what I'm saying. Now they're hearing what you're saying. But guess what? It's too late. So they figure they're going to bash us, come against us. It don't even matter. It's too late because we getting the job done. We won.
Yeah.
See, winning right now is about being benevolent. Winning right now is about doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. Winning right now is about helping people who are in need of the most help, loving people who are in need of the most love, you know, um, helping people thrive who are in need of the most thriving. I don't understand. You see, like the church, you
Right.
see, like my husband, he's a licensed ordained minister. He has two
Hmm.
master's degrees. You know, he's a minister. He has two master's degrees, one in theology, one in philosophy, and he has his bachelor's in biblical education. So technically, I'm a pastor's wife. What's the
Mm-hmm.
job of a pastor's wife? We're supposed to be the hostess with the mostest. A
The
pastor's
hostess.
wife is,
Yeah.
yeah, we're the
Right.
pastor's wife is supposed to serve. The pastor's wife is supposed to give. The pastor's wife is supposed to make sure everybody's taken care of to the best of her ability.
Right.
So, what is the job? So, to me, because that's all like incorporated, what is the job of the black woman married to the white man? To me, it's the same thing. To
Right.
me, it's the same thing to be the hostess with the mostest, to help, to serve, to give, to love, to go to the person in the church who need the most help, to go to the people in the church who need the most, love, the most giving, the need, whatever that need is in your congregation. I'm supposed to help that need the most. To me, being married to Greg, as a white man, him being a minister, all that, it's all the same to me. You see what I'm saying? To me, it's all the same. So, so
Right.
that's what. So that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be the light of the world. We're supposed to show the world how an interracial relationship is supposed to be done, how a godly marriage is supposed to be done.
Right.
That's what it is to me, because it's all the same. So
Mm-hmm.
that's where we're swirling to investment too. Do we want to see other marriages, whether it's the black woman, black man, or other, races of marriages thrive? Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
we would love to see that. But the black woman is the pioneer in order for all of that to happen. That's just my opinion.
No, you're right on point. I mean, wow. No, you're exactly right. And I think with black women, white men, we see it more like that, more strategic.
Hmm.
And when I say invest, marriage is the biggest investment you'll ever make, and that's the most
Hmm.
important because you're coming together as one. And
Hmm.
everything you said, I'm just sitting back listening, like, wow. I mean, you're right on. And if
Yeah.
and I think that's why black women, white men, our marriages are more successful because we're more strategically thinking. We
Hmm.
go beyond the here and now and the good times getting together. That
Hmm.
is exciting, meeting each other and dating, but we go beyond that. We're thinking it's like, I don't know, is it like we have an insight? Because
Hmm.
when I was dating as a teenager, I had a vision. Being with a black woman, I had a vision of a marriage, a family, and I was working to get there as a teenager. Where our counterparts, it's like they're waiting later in life to even think about marriage, or it's
Hmm.
and I was looking at some stats, and it was showing that um white men get married much earlier than black men. And I thought about that. I'm like, why is that? Um, and I saw some video. Some guy was saying, well, black men wait because they're being cautious, but want to make sure it's the right time to get married and this and that. And I thought about that, and I'm like, well, if they're so-called being cautious, why are they last place with the marriage?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Where, but it's a cultural thing. See, I was
Right.
raised to grow up get married and get out of the house. That was always the plan. And a lot of times we've gotten away from that, but it's like black women, white men are preserving that traditional marriage. And I think there needs to be more black women, white men come together. And I just think we'd be better off as a nation. Because if we lead the way, maybe others would follow the example.
Right.
You know what I mean? But anyway.
I agree.
But what you were saying, you're on point, and I was just like, wow.
Yeah.
But see, you got insight, you got a vision, you got you're strategic. Right. You're not just with your husband because, hey, we came together, it's great, it feels good. No. There's an investment there. The love is there, right. and you're strategic too. And when you pour into each other and you're strategic, it's just going to be better.
Exactly.
And it's like you're on the path. You know where you're going. And you know what you want. Now, you might not get exactly where you want. You might be somewhere else, or but there's success that's coming because of the strategic and because of the vision you have. Our mind the human mind is a wonderful thing. If we would just use it more and use it for what it's meant to be used for, to being innovative, to adapting, to finding a better way of doing things, but a lot of times we don't. We use it as a hat rack and just like, but anyway, I mean, gosh, you make this show so awesome when you come up. I always love hearing you talk, Genesis.
Oh, thank you.
I mean,
thank you.
You hit so many points. I'm like, wow. Let me sit back and listen, and maybe I can learn something here. I mean, but yeah, but it's always, yeah. Go ahead.
There's a system coming online. The reason I talk like this is because matriarchy is coming online. The Black woman is the dominant force of matriarchy. The previous cycle, which is patriarchy, white supremacy patriarchy, is not that a patriarchy is necessarily bad. It's just that the previous cycle of patriarchy was toxic. That previous cycle, which was a short-lived cycle, 6,100 to 8,500 years. So the matriarchy is coming on code, is coming online, which is the original homeostasis of this planet. And it was dominated by the melanated woman, by the Black woman. So that's why this energy is coming back online. And it's needed, it's necessary, because we won't have a planet without, at this point, the Black woman thriving. A lot of people have an issue with that. The universe doesn't care if you have an issue with that. The universe doesn't care about your feelings. This is a planet of polarity and duality. This is a planet of, whatever is needed at the most time in order for it to thrive, it will be. So, everybody gets to have a cycle. It's not necessarily fair, but it's just. Everybody gets to have a cycle. Now the time is for the Black melanated woman. This is our time. This is our cycle. If you don't like it, you'd have to go to the back of the bus. And that's just the way it is. So in order for this planet to create balance and to come back into its natural being, we have to go back to nature. Going back to nature is that of the melanated woman. So that's why you're seeing the natural hair community coming back online, the natural hair journey. That's why you're seeing Black women being the focus. That's why you're seeing, like in the beauty industry, Black women, there are more foundations being created for us, all these different things. Black women are the focus. And people don't like that, especially in America, because in America, we're very narcissistic. So we
Mhm.
don't, people want to be the focus. But at this time in history, at this point in history, it's the Black woman who's the focus. Okay, when you have a cycle coming online, when you are the focus of your cycle, you have to think, how do I make the most of being the focus? How do I make the most of having a cycle? What do I do with that platform? I've thought
Right.
about that. Me personally, I've thought about that. What do I do with that platform? I push the system of love. It's about the love. It's about the soul energy. What do I do with that platform? This is the reason my husband is able to operate as he does. He's able to pour into me as he does. He's able to swirl to investment as he does. What do
Right.
I, as a wife, do with that? I run with it. That's what I
Yeah.
do. People have a problem with that. You know,
Right.
I'm the new age, the Black woman, I will say this. We are the new age housewife. Okay? We are the new age housewife. We're not looking necessarily for the man to take care of us. We're looking for the man to invest in us so we can thrive for
Mhm.
ourselves, for our husbands, for our children,
Right.
most importantly, for our world. We are the
Okay.
housewife not to be played with.
Right. Hey, Auntie.
Hey, yeah,
Hey, sorry
hey.
about that. I was like, I looked in the private chat. I was like, oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
good.
I wanted to make sure that I am familiar. And I
Yeah, I'm
just wanted
sorry.
to, that's
Go ahead.
okay. It's okay. Gotta be safe. I just wanted to, uh, listening to what Genesis mentioned, I, I just feel so inspired. I feel so fulfilled. And it just, I'm speechless right now because the world tried to bring us down, and as you mentioned, I forgot if it was either Roadrunner or you have mentioned that they feel that, oh, because we're black, we're supposed to take it, we're supposed to take being take the harassment, we're supposed to
Mm-hmm.
take the being name called, or just threats or things that we're supposed to take it. And I find that to be very disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Why should I be treated less? Or why should I be treated as a man?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I have to feel like we're going back to the three-fifths compromise where they treat us less than an actual human? And in this
Mm-hmm.
case, less than a woman simply because of our skin color. And right now, I think that this is a time that we need to reclaim ourselves. We need to reclaim our identity. We need to reclaim our womanhood. We need
Mm-hmm.
to uh, just, we need to put ourselves first.
Yes.
And when we do that, when we are at our quietness, when we finally have this time to think, we can actually plan out things. We can decide for ourselves what we can and cannot do. We don't have to uh, be in negative situations because of whatever loyalty that we have, whether if it's race loyal or it's just, even if the person is non-black and we accept this person toxicity, we're supposed to accept that just because. And we need to start breaking down that. And it's time for us to build up our self-esteem, build up our um, identity, and just everything that defines what a woman is. And we shouldn't be treated less than because of the surface. So we need to start breaking down these walls. We need to start breaking down, as you mentioned, about society, and the construct that they create to make themselves higher, while we have to just fend for ourselves and try to make it out in this thing called life. We deserve to have options just like every other group of people deserve to have options. And
Right.
I think, and when um, Roadrunner mentioned about the Karens, and it's just to say that, okay, not not all non-black women, especially white women, are a monolith, because you have the Karens and you have
Yeah.
those that actually care about womanhood. But for the Karens, I just wanted to say, just to piggyback, there was this whole thing in mainstream media. And I know you heard of this, Roadrunner, about
Mm.
like this actress, this mainstream actress, who was on fire because she wanted to get her Karen thing going on, causing like issues with her coworkers and everything. So I think, if you want me to say it, I'll say it, but I think you know who it is.
Mm.
Or if you want me to say it, fine. Like example,
Yeah.
Blake Lively. Okay. So I just wanted to say that when you mentioned about the whole Karen thing and how they want to
Yeah.
place themselves into this hierarchy, because of the way they look, and they feel like they can just treat people however just because of that, and how only certain privileges are reserved to them, while we just have to basically take the scraps and everything
Right.
like that.
Right.
So we just have to just reclaim ourselves, reclaim our worth, and start to practice self-love. We have to, um, and with that, it will guide us to be with the type of men that we should be with, especially with non-black men, because we know that at large, they take care of their women, they take care of their families. So
Right.
Mm.
we're able to um, navigate, and we're able to be with the right type of man,
Mhm.
um,
Yeah.
because they're able to um, understand what we are worth, and they provide for us just because. So that's what I wanted to say.
You know what? I had a thought of what you were saying, and some someone asked me one time. This is a black woman
Hmm.
asked me, "What's white privilege like?" And what I said is, I said, "Marry a white man that loves you, and you'll experience white privilege."
Hmm.
And I said that to be funny, but it's actually honesty, because when we talk about the Karen, right? She's
Hmm.
a overprivileged white woman that has had it easy, but just feels so entitled to where she's in people's business. She's like, tries to control everything, tries to have her way. Now
Hmm.
there are other people that are like that, but the Karen, we know of the Karen, right?
Yeah.
And and it's kind of us white men. We created that monster because we made it so good for her that instead of thriving with it, she just took it the wrong way. You might say, just use it in a selfish way for her privilege.
Hmm.
Where when we're with black women, when we put them on that so-called pedestal, right? Because they're our treasure, our wife is our everything, right? So when we put the black woman there, she takes the resources we give her and the love we give her, and she grows it. She makes it better. Where the Karen takes it for her own selfishness. I You know what I'm saying?
Yes, we're given the resources and then we multiply with those resources, as it was mentioned in the scriptures, I believe. Yeah. So, and that is what we are loyal in that regard. Um, especially when we know our self-worth and we don't take we refuse to be taken for granted. If we are provided for, then yes, we multiply those resources, of course. um
Right.
it shouldn't have to we shouldn't have to beg to be provided for. Like, can you believe it? It's 2024.
Right.
Still conversations of being provided for, because unfortunately the men in the other community are still not getting it. It's like they require ABCXYZ, but yet they don't want to play their part. And then they're wondering why, a lot of us are considering or actually practicing interracial dating, because it's like, well, you don't want to play your part. Well, I mean, we have to move on. Like, why should we have to, stay in an unhealthy situation simply because you look like us, but we don't get any result out of it? And we just
Right.
have to really think logical when it comes to that, because this is, I mean, the men in our community, they are notorious for just having us as placeholders, where they're just like, they'll take forever and a day to
Mm-hmm.
finally decide to settle down. But if they do decide to
Yeah,
settle
I
down,
got you.
if they do decide to settle down, it's for the wrong intentions. It's not because they actually love us, especially if they decide to settle down
Right.
with the person for like 5 or 10 years. Whereas when you're dating interracially with non-Black men, they know for sure, okay, this person is going to be my wife. And oftentimes you see them get married under 30.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what, Auntie? In my family, people get married early.
Mhm.
It's kind of funny. Like my grandparents were married like teenagers, right? Well, that was back in the day, but
Yeah.
they've been married their whole life. It just um well, my father and my mother, they were teenagers, so my dad married my mom because of me, and it didn't work out. But
Oh,
but my stepmother, he was married to her from the time I was 3 till she passed away. Um, uh, and I've been married 30 years. My brother's been married 20 years. My oldest daughter, she got married at 20, and her husband was 20, and
yeah.
they've been married 8 years and doing
Yeah.
great. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But
And oh, I'm sorry, you wanted to continue?
yeah, I'm hearing some background noise.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It's actually,
Is
it's
that
like
is
from
that you?
around me.
I know.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
Oh, yeah. No, I was. So I heard something from this interview. Someone was interviewing. There was this interview, and this guy, he interviewed with somebody who he was white, and he was saying that, and he's in school. He plans to, get his degree, get his education, and he said the number one reason why he is in school right now, getting his degree, getting his career and everything, is because of a woman. And he literally said that, like, with this whole quote unquote 50-50, the manosphere
yeah.
talking, whatever, he says she will pay $0. She pays for nothing. That's literally why he's in school right now. He's to fully provide for she pays for nothing, $0. Literally nothing. So I mean, this just goes to show you that, not don't think that you have to, and it's not to dictate anyone's dating options and stuff, but there's beauty outside of this. Like, you never know. I mean, just definitely expand out. Like, that's, yeah. because you never
Right.
know. Like and Genesis is a great example of that. Like, she's a stay-at-home mom, and she's provided for and everything. And yeah, like this is yeah. And they're proud of saying that. Like they fully provide for their wife. Like,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's an honor if you could provide for your wife, and she don't have to contribute. That's what we as men need to do.
Hmm. Hmm.
Have that mindset to where you could get there. The 50-50 thing, I hate that because it's almost like, okay, what are you bringing to the table? What are you doing for me if I get in a relationship with you? To me, that's not real love, because if you love somebody, like my wife, I wasn't thinking what she could do for me. I just want her to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't. What you need to bring to the table is your love, your loyalty, because you got to love me and you got to be loyal,
Yeah.
and just bring your beautiful self. That's it. That's all the requirements that a man should have for a woman. If he, loves her, is love, loyalty, and just be there. That's it.
Hmm. And
But
oftentimes the 50-50, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to say the 50-50 will eventually turn into 80-20 and then 90-10. Like you literally,
yeah,
yeah. Hmm.
almost turn into well, I do pay the light bill and I buy you lunch every other week, so hey, I'm trying. Right?
She'll end up as Barbara the Builder, basically.
Yeah.
The woman is going to end up as that. Yeah. With this whole 50-50 talk and everything. It's, yeah, no, like this is so bad. And oh God, it's just, but unfortunately, certain spheres are still going back and forth with this whole situation and
Yeah,
everything. But yeah, I'll continue.
you know what's funny is I see the you remember they're talking about the bus driver and um what was that lady's name? Was it she?
Oh, I forgot her name too. Yeah, I forgot it.
Yeah, but the lady asked her. She said, would you date a bus driver?" And this woman's a celebrity, a millionaire, right?
Ebony K. Williams, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ebony K. Williams, right? Beautiful
Hmm.
woman too, right? Real successful.
Hmm.
But she asked her, "Would you date a bus driver?" She said, "Well, if he owns a bus company or something."
Yeah.
And you know what? She was attacked for that. You know what? Within my culture, when I was growing up, I never expected to marry a celebrity because I'm not a celebrity.
Right.
I and I knew I was going to marry a woman in my the same status as me, because I'm middle class. She's going to be middle class. I expected that. I didn't expect to marry a movie star because, hey, I got a 9 to 5 job. That don't work that way.
It
Um,
doesn't. Yeah.
yeah, and it was just crazy that she got attacked, and that says something because, and I know I'm gonna get hate for this, but in the black community, if you have that mindset, how can you move forward? The
Mm.
woman's got to do it all.
The
And
woman's got to do it all.
the,
Yeah.
yeah, and the thing with the light bill, when Tyler Perry said, "Well,
Oh
if he
God.
could pay the light bill and just try," I was like, if somebody told me that, I would have cursed them out because I'm better.
Exactly.
I'm better than that. I could pay the light bill, the water bill, the gas bill, and the mortgage, and I
Okay.
could buy groceries, and I could take care of my kids and my wife, and you know, I,
I
Oh.
know that's right.
I would be going off, but
Oh
Okay.
it seemed like,
God.
and I expected some black men to come out and say, "Oh, this is go off," and I think I maybe heard two guys say, say that wasn't right to say that. But other than that, it was like crickets. Like, yeah, that's the way it's be. And you know what? I've
Yeah,
seen this.
they expect us to accept the bare minimum, but it's not. No, why can't you? You're a man. You're supposed to have the ambition to do more. Okay, you're supposed
Right.
to um start wherever you start from. You want to achieve the highest that you can. That determines your worth. The fact that you're capable of doing things like uh at a much grand scale, that you're able to take on the challenges, that you're able to take on the burden but make something impactful out of it. That's what I view men to be. That's what we should be expecting a man, not just the
Right.
fact that, oh well, I
Mm-hmm.
do this and everything, or at least I'm there for the, yeah, you're present with the kids, but at the same time it's like being a body is not enough. Like,
Right.
you
Hey,
know,
yeah,
you
yeah,
gotta bring. Oh, go ahead, go
right.
ahead.
No, I just want to say this. You know what's funny about that? Is you remember when they did that study, the most involved fathers, right?
Hmm.
And they determined that black men were the most involved fathers. And what it was a survey where they asked how much time do you spend with your kids, how many times do you change the diapers, do you do this, do you play with the kids, do you, and it was a survey where they would mail you in a questionnaire
Mm-hmm.
and you'd fill it out and send it in. Well, people were going crazy on this survey. Say, yeah, black men are they're the best fathers, right? Because it said they're the most involved. But when you look at it, it's like, okay, with when my kids were young, I worked so much that I couldn't have a lot of interaction with my kids, right? Because
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go to work. Sometimes there were times I had to work two jobs to make sure we have enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I wasn't involved with my kids.
Right.
Does that mean I'm not a good father? I had to provide money so we could have food, clothing, and shelter, right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I was stay at home dad, where my wife provided all the money, then I'd be the most involved father because I'd always take care of the kids. But no, it was just I thought about that study because people were bragging about that, and actually, there's this one black woman that broke it down and said, "Nah, you're not involved because you're not working." And yeah, but anyway, that's where I was thinking about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes more than that. I mean, I don't know how
Right.
that, I don't know how that works. Yeah, because you're present. Okay, that's one thing, but again, it takes more than just sitting there and being the body. Like, because if
Right.
anything, you're taking on the role of a woman while she's out there, she's bringing home the bacon, and you're just staying home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah. I mean,
Corey. Oh,
hey,
oh,
Corey, welcome.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Good. How you doing,
Good.
Corey?
good. We're doing fine.
I was doing good until I had to pick up over half a bottle of magnesium tablets.
Oh
What?
Oh,
God.
yeah.
I'm like, why did I drop that? But anyway,
Hmm.
so who's the Chris gentleman?
I don't know.
A troll.
Yeah, he's a troll. I timed him out a couple times, and some of the mods. I think somebody kicked him off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in and join, but
Oh, he's been banned. Yeah, somebody blocked him. It wasn't me. I was just timing him out to irritate him because he put in a comment and I just time out, time out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Maybe he should come back. I don't know. No, he's blocked. He can't, huh? Chris, come back. Should we? Me and Corey want to have a talk with you. No.
Hey, is it smoke night? I didn't know it was smoke night.
No, it's not smoke night.
Oh, okay.
Nah. I'd rather if it's just me and you, Corey, we'd have a smoke night. But
Oh, Indiana Mom broke it down.
yeah, she did. She always does. Yeah.
Well, I wonder if he's still watching.
He probably is. Probably hate watching that damn Roadrunner. That Roadrunner.
I know.
With his lying stats and his he's making it up.
Right.
Yeah, that's what they say. It's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Indiana Mom got it.
Oh, you timed him out? Oh, okay. Well, I think somebody blocked him. I mean, that's okay if you blocked him. He was a jackass anyway. I mean,
okay, so who was talking about Blake Lively said they're going to get their Karen on? Or she's going to get her Karen on?
Yes, yeah, because Roadrunner was doing a presentation regarding the Karens and everything, and I wanted to kind of compartmentalize non-Black women, particularly white women, and I would say, yeah, there are the Karens, and then there are those that actually care about women's rights and everything, and but like I was talking about Blake Lively because she's known in the mainstream media for really being rude to everyone, and thinks that because she comes from a family that's in the entertainment business, she has that privilege where she feels like she can talk down on people, she can hijack certain roles, overstep her roles and things like that, and that kind of is synonymous of what a Karen would do, except she's doing it in a mainstream in Hollywood. So that's why I was giving that example, which is, and it's bad because when it's a Hollywood situation, it's like,
when it comes to Hollywood, though, who actually takes them people serious?
Right.
I mean, anybody that takes people like that serious, it's like you deserve to go off the cliff with them. I mean, well, they're entertainers. They're paid professional liars.
Right. Yeah. They're actors.
Exactly.
Acting. Yeah.
I mean, they get paid to basically be fake people.
Yeah.
For entertainment, for money.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not somebody that's going to lead in my moral scope.
Right.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is just another white woman going, oh, I can do anything I want. It's like, yeah, sweetie, you can. You can talk out your butt like anybody else.
Yeah, and it's really sad to watch in real time, with the interviews and everything. And I was never a fan of her and everything. Like, okay, yeah, she was in Gossip Girl. Okay, so what? I didn't really see like what all the hoopla about her is about. But then when they show that recently, it's like, oh my God. And it just goes to show you that, to be honest, I don't even think that Black women in particular are not only them that are affected by the likes of her, but other groups of women, especially white women, because there are white women that are not Karens, but they can relate to dealing with actual Karens. So it's like just seeing it like on social media, it's like, wow, it's like a big blow. And those types, I don't know if I can say this on this channel and stuff. They are typically, let's say, atheist, but not only that, they are also they don't like people from other cultures. Like, they're xenophobics as well. Like, if it's not them, if they're not the typical, quote unquote, typical white person, it's like they want nothing to do with you, because it's like, you're from another country, you're not from America. Why should I have to do so much? So it's really sad,
Well, see, that's ironic, because every white person on this continent did not come from America either.
That is true.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I mean, a short little history lesson will prove that.
of course. Yeah.
And honestly, if you want to break it down, the Olmec in South America that migrated north were African adventurers, and they got here before we did.
Oh yeah, I saw that story. Yeah,
It's like,
you're
uh,
right. I
well,
saw that. I
we kind
read
of get
about that.
tired.
That was like, wow.
I
You
get tired
never
of being
know, right?
lied to, where the
Right.
white people were the ones who civilized any area. It's like, oh, shut up, just shut up.
Mhm.
I'm come on.
Hey! I civilized my backyard. I
Yeah.
cultivized it. I planted some trees and yeah.
Well, the academic crowd, the ones that want to lie about history, that get paid to lie about history
Yeah.
to make somebody else feel good about history. It's like, uh,
Who?
they kind of makes you nauseous, because it's like we all know the truth now, and you still keep saying it.
Right.
Oh, you're talking about in academia, or I'm sorry, what
Well,
profession?
the elitists, they all
Oh,
run
yeah,
together.
yeah, of course, yeah. Oh,
It's
yeah.
no different than the Hollywood elitist or the political elitist or
Oh,
the,
yeah.
you know,
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
it's that arrogant mindset that basically is useless to the everyday person.
Mm-hmm.
And I say useless because everybody knows you're lying again.
Yeah.
Honestly, the only thing Blake Lively had, I say had because she's aged out, is the male population that went to the movies just wanted to see her in a bikini, and that was the end of it. She was like the cheerleader with the long legs,
Oh,
but
yeah.
she aged out of that. I know because
Yeah.
I married a carbon copy of her a couple of years back. I left her too, but I mean, the that mindset of, well, anything I do
Oh,
is correct. It's like, oh God, no, it's not. No, it's not.
so
Yeah.
Corey, I was doing a presentation and I said for it to work with a Karen, you got to give in to the Karen. It's like you got to submit to her whatever she wants.
Yeah.
Well, but I'll tell you what, that's true because I
Yeah.
was more concerned about my kids' future than I was about pleasing her when it got to the ridiculous point. So, and I don't know if I'd actually say submit. It's just like I just withdrew until the kids were grown. You just kind of pull back.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
you don't give somebody 100% who's only giving you 60, and
Yeah.
the other 40% are going to the people that she really wants attention from. It's like, no, 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 I ain't doing that.
Yeah, and I wanted to just piggyback again on that presentation. Now that you mentioned Blake Lively again,
Uh-huh.
um, they basically showed like various interviews where she basically treated her coworkers like trash. Like she just feels like she dictates uh what they, like how they should pose, what they should wear, and things like that. And it's really, and when you encounter people like that, especially if even if they are quote unquote your boss, it's
Right.
kind of like it just feels so uneasy, especially when you are a person of color, when you are a black woman or any other non-white person. It just feels like what are you trying to say about me? Shouldn't my work ethic speak for itself? Shouldn't my work be enough? Shouldn't Isn't that supposed to be what it is, like work ethics? Why do I feel like you're trying to say something without saying something, making me feel inferior by as you are benefiting from this privilege that you have, just because your family is in the entertainment business and you have all this connects, and she has this quote unquote billionaire husband, and she has this PR team, and she's friends with Taylor Swift, so
Oh
she
God.
uses all yeah, she
Sorry,
uses
I couldn't hold that one back.
Oh, Taylor Swift. You know what? Oh my God.
Mm,
oh
the
god, like
poster child for
Yeah.
dysfunction
You,
Right.
in a
you,
miniskirt. Oh yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
you know what I couldn't understand with that Taylor Swift is with Travis Kelsey. He was with Kyla Nicole, right?
Yeah,
Beautiful woman. Just had
yeah. He's
okay.
dusty.
He is dusty. He's what yeah. Travis Kelsey is he's what I call a vanilla thug. I
Yes,
mean, I,
he's
yeah.
dusty. Yes, yeah.
And,
And ever since,
Vanilla Thud.
but you
oh,
know
go
what's
ahead.
crazy about him? I mean, he's a great football player, but he went from being a vanilla thug to being like a good old boy. I mean, he looks like with his stupid mustache. You know, he had his
Mhm.
beard that looked pretty good, but then he just went with the. He looks like I don't know some
Like those trailer dudes, like those. No, nothing against
yeah
anybody who lives
trailer
in the
dudes. Yeah,
yeah.
he looks like you know, like the local sheriff in a hick town. Like I don't know. He just it just like I
Yeah,
mean he
and that was
looks
he got with Taylor for a major upgrade. That is it. That is he. I don't think he likes.
yeah
Someone said that. Yeah, and someone
it
mentioned that he wanted to. I'm so sorry to cut you off. Before you say something, I just want to say this. He basically got
no
with
worries.
her for resources, but also he may try to Kevin Federline her because there was an interview that he did with someone. I think it was a relative of his and everything. And in the podcast, they said, "Well, when are you going to make her an honest woman?" And then he replies and says, "You're pushing it." Oh God.
Ooh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, you know what? This is my
That's
prediction.
bad.
Travis Kelsey, in my opinion, he's not in the white women. I don't buy that because I think he's playing Taylor Swift.
Of course.
He,
Yeah, he is.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he's trying to look like that redneck guy that fits within her.
Right.
He's playing
Mhm.
that off. But I'm telling you, it. I could see him marrying her, and then a
Oh.
couple years it goes
Ooh.
left, and
Mhm.
he'll be
Mhm.
back
Mm.
with a black woman, and he'll
Mhm.
get the bag. I'm telling you, I, I
Oh.
Well, you know what's
that's my
interesting, Brent?
prediction. Maybe I'm wrong, but
You know what's
no, go ahead.
interesting? The financial caliber of Swifty.
Uh,
Any man that gets with her is nothing more than an accessory,
yeah,
Exactly.
True.
and it
like a
don't
handbag
last.
or a
It
pair
never
of shoes.
lasts.
It's just an accessory.
Oh, there was one of her boyfriends that got with a black woman. Ah, God, I was looking it up. That
Well, obviously he got a brain cell back.
right.
Mhm. And then since he got with her, all of a sudden he has $100 million contract. Ever since
Well,
he's getting a bag off of her. That's all. That's it.
That's all it
that's all.
is.
Yeah, and he's going to get a big bag because you know what? Look, Taylor Swift. There's connections in the music business. There's connections
Mhm.
in Hollywood.
Mhm.
I think he's thinking about okay, I'm good at football, but it won't last forever. So if
Mhm.
I get with her, she's got connections. It's almost like he's playing her like Kim Kardashian played Kanye West. You
Oh
know what I
yeah.
mean?
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Right.
It's like the
Mhm.
same thing. I
Mhm.
maybe I'm
Mhm.
Yeah, the
wrong,
other way
but
around.
yeah, the other way
Exactly.
around. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. Exactly. He's basically like a resource hoarder because
Mm.
Taylor Swift is basically a billionaire now. She's a billionaire.
Oh, really?
So but yeah, she grossed. I forgot the numbers, but it's on the billion stage. Yeah, she's a billionaire now. So he's
Yeah.
trying to extract all the. He's trying to go to as much events with her and everything. He's trying to be like front and center with her, be publicized with her, paparazzi and everything. He's trying to get all this attention, but also he is um he is in a relationship with someone who is friends with somebody else that has connections with Marvel, Disney, and have all, and possibly Sony and everything.
Wait a
So
minute. So is Taylor Swift gonna be in a Marvel movie now?
no. Here's the thing: Taylor Swift
No.
and Blake Lively, they're. Oh, I just want to say Taylor Swift and Blake Lively, they're best friends. Her husband has connections with Marvel, Disney, and other like famous like shows and things like that. He has that. So being that he's with her, he can get connections through her friend's husband. That way he can get roles to like, those major like companies and everything. So it's a whole thing. Like he knows exactly what he's doing. He's very calculated. So I just had to bring that back because they're very strategic, but they're doing it the opposite way, where it's just in day to day, men are supposed to provide, but in Hollywood, it's the other way around, where the women have the resources.
Well, I got a perfect movie idea for Taylor Swift and Blake Lively. They could do a remake of Clueless.
Oh God.
They could do they could do the female version of Dumb and Dumber.
Oh God.
Yeah, they could actually star in a Marvel movie called The Sister Super Shoppers.
Yeah, there you go.
Or even Beavis and Butthead.
Well, you could get them out there in a miniskirt that has an S on one cheek and an S on the other cheek, and then, it'll say SOS.
Oh God!
Sorry,
but it's really, we're seeing this play out in real time. Like, whoa, and it's really the women that have the resources. It's really that. That's why women like Blake Lively, she can never be canceled, despite how much the public hates her and how much backlash she had for ruining the movie that she was starred on, which was supposed to highlight DV, but she wanted to make it into this Barbie and whatever that is. But what I'm saying basically here is that because she has connections, powerful connection, and is married to technically a powerful husband, she can never get canceled. Her Karenhood will never be canceled at all.
Because she's basically an immortal Karen.
Her Karen Hood.
Marvel.
Karen Hood.
Immortal Karen.
Oh, you guys give me an idea for another slide.
Oh, here we go.
Karen Hood.
The Karen Hood. The Karen Hood legacy.
Yeah, with a K on her chest and a cape on
like Superman. Karen. Like Karen Hood. Yeah, that's
Super Karen.
It's that's where the privilege.
Oh no, how about this one? The Karenator.
Oh God. Yeah. Karinator, Veganator.
Hey guys, I thought of an idea. You know how Disney movies, you got Mary Poppins, Little Red Riding Hood, Sleeping Beauty. I think Disney needs to honor white women and and bring it to the millennial. Mary Poppins. You can have the next generation, Becky Poppins.
Oh God.
Becky Poppins. She's a granddaughter of Mary Poppins. And then you could have little Becky Riding Hood. She's a ride and die. Yeah. She dresses in red. She's got her blonde hair with her cornrows. Little Becky Riding Hood.
Oh,
yeah.
Lord,
She's a gangster, I mean, and then instead of Sleeping Beauty, Sleeping Karen,
Oh God, yeah. It's all Karen world, because she can never be canceled. As long as she has those powerful connections, she can never be canceled. You're talking about a billionaire husband who owns like mobile companies and sports teams and never get canceled. Never.
Hey, I got an idea for a Disney show. Remember Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?
Mhm.
How
Oh,
about
yeah.
how about Becky White and the Seven Dwarf Trolls?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No, you can't say dwarves. That's not politically correct.
Oh, boy.
You gotta say the seven little people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The vertically
Becky White
challenged,
and the Seven Trolls, I guess.
the vertically challenged squad.
Vertically Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about some movies too. You, you guys. I'm working on making a comic book, and
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
it's going to promote swirling. It's
Yeah.
the amazing adventures of Captain Swirl. He's like a James Bond character, and he travels the world, and he loves black women. But yeah, and then you have the Lion King. I figure we'll make a movie called The White Zaddy King.
White
Um,
daddy. Oh, boy. Yeah, you never know. You never know. I
No,
mean,
Brent, you could start off the White Zaddy King with
yeah.
somebody holding them up in that song. "Ah, California." Remember when they picked up Simba or whatever his name was?
Oh yes,
oh,
Yeah,
The
yes.
White Zaddy King.
White Zaddy King.
Yeah, I you know
That'd
what?
be pretty.
If I was a billionaire, I would buy the rights to uh the movie Black Panther, and I would turn it into where Wakanda ends up swirling, and that there would be a group of you know how they had Wakanda, right? It's in Africa, and then the last show they had the water people, South America.
Well, you know that Wakanda movie, that CIA
Yeah,
operative, he should have
yeah.
hooked up with one of the palace guards, one of
Oh
those
yeah,
hot black chicks with the spear. They should somebody should have got married right there.
yeah. It should have happened, and then maybe they'll have like a kingdom up north where the White Zaddy King's at, and they're snowmen, and they come up and they
Snowman.
get together with women in Wakanda, and they swirl. You know what? If they made a movie like that, people will be rioting and causing havoc.
Mm. Yeah, it wouldn't be politically correct for the Karen crowd.
No.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it would piss off the Karen crowd. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the Karen crowd would probably get the Tyrone crowd, and they'd be all like, "Okay, we're gonna march now."
Yeah, you know what? Karen and Tyrone would get together and march against that.
Mhm.
I can see that happening.
Yeah, it'd be a whole movement.
Yeah, swirling comic book. Yeah, Genesis, I want to do that. I'm serious about that. I'm looking at some programs to create a comic book where it promotes swirling in a positive way, where
Yeah.
it promotes black women, white men, but it's got to be moral too.
Exactly. It has to have more.
Yeah, it's like 007, but he don't sleep with a bunch of women. I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's got to have some moral character to it.
It
And
could be like a
promote.
Spy Family.
Yeah, it could be that. I was
Yeah.
thinking of having Captain Swirl having a black woman that's his partner that solves crime, and they're like a swirl couple.
Hmm.
Yeah,
You
but
might need help with that idea.
huh?
You might need some help with that idea.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to think up some storylines and how to do this because I think it would be a good thing. I want to really
Mhm.
do it. That's but I got to create the character. And how am I going to make him look? I don't want him to be a guy with a cape, and I want him to be like a kind of like a Indiana Jones type guy. An everyday white guy that's tough and he stands up for what he believes in. But women got to be attracted to him. But he's got great moral character,
Yeah.
and he loves black women, and his team member will be a black woman, and they'll just be together. They can even be husband and wife type thing.
Oh yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, but that's what I'm working on.
So you're gonna get Liam Hemsworth or Chris Evans to play this guy?
Oh, I don't know. I got to create the character.
Henry Cavill.
Henry
I know
Cavill.
these ladies go gaga over those guys.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking about doing that. And then I'm going to make I'm thinking about writing a book, Corey. It's about Swirl to investment. And it's going to be based on my life. And I want to get information on other white men that have married black women that think like I do, and kind of merge it together. And it'll be like a guide about swirling to investment. And you know what I mean? I don't know. There's just some ideas, but anyway.
Well, that'd be easy, Brent. You just portray everybody as power couples and they're all connected financially.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, me and my wife became a power couple, and it's like, it worked out. And when I say
I just read Indiana Mom's comments. She wants Keanu Reeves or
Keanu Reeves or Rob Lowe. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm going to explore some stuff like that. I want to do. That's my thing. I want to make a comic that I want to make comic books or storybooks that promote swirl to investment in a positive way. Of course, if I do that, I'll probably have legal challenges because people say, "Oh, you're promoting black women to lead black men, and you're so evil." And yeah.
All I can say is get over it, Beta.
Yeah, Beta dumpling.
Yep, you gotta get over it. I mean, this is that era. Yeah,
that's right. Hey, what year? You guys mark my words. I said this, and I stand by it. Okay, 100%. I always said, and you guys have heard me say this. I said there's going to come a day where there are more black women married to white men than that are married to black men. And I believe it's going to happen within 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
And people think I'm crazy.
It'll come in like a flood.
No, but people say I'm crazy because they say, well, people stick with their own race mostly. And that's true, but only 27% of black women are married, right? Statistically, in today's world. Okay, black women represent 7% of our population. White men represent about 35%. Okay, so there's millions more white men than black women. Now, black men are marrying black women or any women less every year. The marriage rates are going down.
Yeah.
The interracial marriage rates are going up. Black women, white men, they're increasing all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't think it'll be long to where we look at our data and say, wow, there's more white men married to black women than black men are.
Yeah. Yeah, historically, black men are, and I'm talking about the collective. Obviously, I'm not saying everyone, but on a
Yeah.
collective note, they're not marriage minded. They're not, and we see. I mean, you can tell like through if you watch, let's say like TV shows and everything, or you look at what's going on in the news and stuff. I mean, you rarely see them share the same household with a black woman raising children and are married. You rarely see that. Those days, if it did happen, it was long gone. You're talking about like not the shows like Brandy, or not the shows like Two Kids, those type of shows that actually or Family Matters that used to promote like actually healthy black uh families, like the nuclear families. Like they don't, it's, those are almost extinct. Okay,
Yeah.
and it's really sad to see that at large they leave their women, um who they don't marry. They just leave them with all these children, and they have to fend for themselves, and they have to do careers that they never really intend to do, but they have to because they have to uh, take care of their children, because of the quantitative absenteeism of the men. So now that we are educated about what's going on and seeing what's going on in the news, seeing how we're being exploited in the media and everything, and
Mm.
Yeah.
it's just like, you might as well just expand, man.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, J10. Good to see you, J10.
Hmm. Everyone knows that happily married black love shows were a total force anyway. It was, yeah, like maybe like during the 90s and before that, yeah, but after that is like they still crave for that, because it's like it's like, okay, you see people like, okay, Jay-Z and Beyonce, the power couple, and they still crave for that. There are still some people that crave for that, but it's but the likelihood of it is very, very slim to actually to want to kind of recreate that. It's very slim to
Yeah.
almost non-existent. So, you can't just go by that. And you're talking about Hollywood. You don't know what their value system is, if they even have a value system at all. Some of them
Right.
alleged could be in like marriage contracts and things like that. Like you can't just see that as like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna definitely get black love one day. And listen, if you have it, congrats, but it's very, very slim. Very slim.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the culture's messed up for it. It's like, yeah, from what I see, I'm just like, I don't know. It's weird. It seems like a weakness if you show love and affection for women. You know, um, which I can show love and affection all day long. But I was always taught that's a strength in a man, showing women love and respect. That's what we do. We protect women. We love them. They're the treasure. They're the prize. It's that Kevin Samuels took something that in my culture puts women.
Hmm.
I'll say on a pedestal, right?
Hmm.
Where we look at women as a treasure, as a prize, as a blessing. And even
Hmm.
biblically it'll tell you that a woman is a treasure. A
Hmm.
woman's, you know, the love of a good woman's worth their weight in gold. Um, you have a wife, you have a good thing and favor from God. It tells us that women are more valuable than rubies or precious stones. That's what the
Hmm.
Bible says, right?
Yeah.
So how can the man be the prize? He can't.
He cannot. He can't.
He can't. Now, not to say the man's not valuable. A good man is valuable. He brings value to the family. But the woman is the prize and always will be.
Mm-hmm.
Men cannot be that.
They can't. No,
Yeah.
they can't be that. And these type of men that say that, they're operating off of wounded masculinity, where it's like they probably got rejected from the girl that they really wanted to provide for, that they really wanted to treasure as this prize, and they got let down, and they got let down multiple times. So in their mind, they're thinking, okay, in order to regain this so-called manhood, I'm going to I'm going to be pride. Like I'm taking it back. It's their way. It's in their mind. They're thinking it's their way to take their manhood back. Where I'm this, like you have to show me that you are worthy of having a quote unquote high value man. Where their value system is so messed up because they haven't healed, or they haven't really gone into introspection, where it's like, what did I do wrong? Or maybe I'm attracting these type of women because of this, and I need to start to redirect and start working on myself. So that by not doing that, you're wounded. Like you're gonna continue to get the results that you used to get, because you don't want to stop and think, where it's just like, what am I doing wrong? How can I correct it so I can be with the woman that is an actual prize that I really need to be with? That's how they should be thinking. So a lot of them, they're in that manosphere, spilling that hate, spilling that misogyny, and still thinking and trying to find a way to kind of they're looking into these false leaders to regain their manhood, but what they're really doing is damaging them to the point where they become incel. So it's pretty sad.
When it comes to being a man, first of all, being born male does not make you a man in society's eyes.
That is
It
true.
just means you're male. Men, well, I say boys have to build themselves. They have to earn the right to call themselves a man. It's not just a prerequisite, it's not a given. If you cannot lead, you are not considered a man. You're considered a boy.
Exactly.
Because boys take orders, men give them.
Yes.
There's a difference. It's an entirely different mindset. Somebody who just runs out onto the sidewalk and says, I'm a man, I'm a high value man. Okay, first of all, valuable men do not see the need to go out onto the sidewalk and say I'm high value. They're too busy doing high value stuff.
Right.
It makes them invaluable. If they were all of a sudden disappeared, they would definitely be missed. Where you get a lot of these beta boys that say they're high value, but if they disappeared, the only person that would miss them is their mama.
Oh, the beta dumpling boys.
That's the only person that's going to miss them is their mama. Nobody else will miss them.
Yeah.
Exactly. They just, and
but
especially
it goes the same way with women. Just because you're born female does not make you a lady.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, you're talking about a lady.
They're two entirely different things. A female and a lady are entirely different.
Yeah, it is.
People have lost their desire to have grace, to exude class and elegance. They don't see the need in it anymore. They're just going to make a statement. Well, I am. You have to prove that, because anymore people don't believe anything anybody says. They don't trust each other anymore. It is solely based on what you do, because we want to see it.
When a woman,
there's a gender war that's just absolutely it's at the stupid stage right now.
Yeah, it is.
If you go back to when chivalry was king and being a lady actually meant something other than female.
Right.
Men of honor, they don't ask permission to do anything, but they will refuse to do everything to someone who they see as not being worthy. And
Exactly. Yeah.
that's regardless of gender. If we see a young man acting a fool, we are not going to lift a finger. We will let him suffer in his pain.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's how it's supposed to be. That's really how it's supposed to be. And that's the standard that women, Black women, should have for, especially when they are dating interracially. Just see that, yes, you are, if you're dating a non-Black man, don't pedestalize him simply because of that. What about his morals? What about his character? What is his value system? What does he have the capability of being a great husband and a great father and things that I don't pedestalize a person on a surface level. and and that's what's going on with the manosphere right now, because they want to be pedestalized, like they want to quote unquote regain this manhood where it's just like it's me time, like yeah, like
First
it's
of all, you have to possess manhood before you can regain it. And any man who says that he or that knows he is a man will not willingly give up his manhood for anyone.
mm-hmm.
So how do you regain or reclaim something you never had to begin with?
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I hate to interrupt like that, but that's just kind of like an oxymoron because men have to work for their value.
Yeah, yeah,
And they're not going to willingly give that up after putting in that much effort. It don't happen.
yeah.
Right.
I mean, if it does happen, they probably need therapy. They probably have serious mental issues. But at that point, manhood's not really a concern at all. Mental well-being is.
Mental well-being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an entirely different level. But no, anytime I hear a young man say, "You need to regain your manhood," well, you lost it. It's not fun. I mean, it's like a man that's afraid to wash the dishes because that's a woman's job, and it's like, dude, if you think dishes are going to wash off your manhood, you already have a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. If that dish soap is that powerful, you never had it.
Yeah, you never had it. You never. No, they're listening to these false prophets false prophets over there that giving them these talking points, thinking that they're actually they're gonna get something out of it. They're gonna get
Well,
the
okay,
woman of their dreams.
it's nothing more than a con, and I've seen the con on both male and female, platforms. Anytime you say, well, first of all, you need to buy my book.
Yeah,
Right.
Let's put this in perspective.
a $50 book.
You're a snake oil salesman, and I want you to buy my book. And when you read my book, you're going to magically arrive.
Yeah, read their book plus $1,000 coaching.
Hey, guys, that made me think about something.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh my God, it made me think about a show we could do. And I would like to have participation in giving advice on interracial dating and how to go from to swirl to investment. Now we can't tell people and we can't, make it work. We could just give advice and what works for us. But maybe we could have a show where we talk about that, how to come together, how to, like, telling white men how to approach black women in a forward but loving, respective way. You know what I mean? Because, we've talked about this so many times how black women say, if a white man's interested, just approach. Okay. And then sometimes white men are reluctant because they don't think they have a chance.
Mm-hmm.
That's just an example of stuff we could talk about. Advice. I would tell a white man, if you like black women, walk up and talk to her. Let her know you're interested. Don't even, don't look at her, smile. Don't play that game. I mean, the stuff you do with Becky, throw that out the window. Just go approach her. Be loving and respectful. But show her that you're not afraid to approach her, and that might, and I think that would work in your favor. I think sometimes women see that as attractive, a man that's bold enough to just go for it, but do it the right way. Don't, say stupid stuff. Be loving and respectful.
Yeah, be loving and respectful. And
Right,
also for us, we can like give like this invitation. We can like subtly show appreciation. Where it's like if they smile at us, we smile back, and it's like just to show them like yes, I'm interested, and then take it from there. So it's
right,
both. Yeah, it's really both our parts though. But yes, the men are typically the ones that pursue,
right.
and then yeah, so if they pursue
Well,
us,
in this age
um,
of feminism, though, it's almost like you're taking a risk of having the cops called on you.
oh, the
Well,
extreme feminism, extreme.
well, I,
Well, because you
I
never know who you're going to walk up to. I mean,
well,
some women have
I
911 on speed dial.
well, yeah, but if you approach in a loving, respectful way, I think, I mean, with black women, you got to be a little bit forward because there's that barrier. Because, with Corey, with Becky, you can look at her, smile, you could talk to her a little bit, work your way in. That's in our culture, right? Well,
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 I don't actually do that anymore
well, okay, but
because I'm
you
not
know,
interested in Becky.
right. But listen to me. Well, that's just in our culture when we approach women, right?
Hmm.
Well, black men approach women different. They're more forward,
Hmm.
maybe a little more aggressive.
Hmm.
Um, and I tell you, my daughters, they never were interested in black men because they were
Yeah,
afraid of them because they were so aggressive. They
yeah,
just approached them like, "Hey, baby," and they're like,
Well,
"Oh my god," because they're
Brent,
not
that's
you.
there's probably some truth in that, but when it comes to how I personally treat women,
Yeah.
I'm not going to be aggressive toward a woman.
No, I'm not
I mean,
saying that, Corey.
I'm not no vanilla, you know, soy boy
No,
or nothing.
no. But
Because
I'm not saying that, Corey. I'm not saying be aggressive. What I'm saying
yeah,
is, when you approach a black woman, you walk up to her, you talk to her.
hmm
You be
well, yeah,
respectful. You you
yeah.
you you show love. I mean, but you got to at least make that move. A lot of white guys, they're not even doing that. They're trying to play footsies with black women, and black women are used to.
Well, yeah.
They're used to
You got that
Tyrone coming up
same.
to her and saying, "Hey, what's up? What are we doing?" You know what?
exactly.
You know what I mean? So there's that barrier.
Yeah,
And
what are we doing?
a white guy, if he just sits there and looks at her, smiles, and stares, she's going to think he's weird. You know what I mean? It's.
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
not going to sit there and stare and have drool running down the side of my face. I'm kind of aged out of that stuff.
no, but what I'm saying is, when you approach black women, you got to be a little bit forward. You got to at least walk up, say hello, and you know,
Well, in the last 5 years, there's only been one woman that I was tempted to,
uh huh,
but I knew at the time, just coming out of divorce, I wasn't ready for it.
yeah.
Now, today would be an entirely different situation, but
No, but
yeah.
yeah, but what I'm saying is just be forward, okay?
Mhm.
Don't be aggressive. Just tell her, hey,
Well, actually, in
you
person, I really enjoyed just kind of like turning on that gentleman charm,
yeah,
because I mean, I'm a writer, I'm good with words, but for me to think that I feel the need to be a little bit more aggressive or forward, it's like I want a woman that's going to how do you say it? The compatibility of being attracted to charm, other
right.
Hmm.
than other than swag. You know,
Oh yeah.
for me,
Hmm.
for me, the idea of having swag is after you're married, and
Yeah.
then there ain't no rules to follow no more.
Right.
I'm gonna be
Yeah,
swagalicious with my wife, but
swagalicious.
but in public for someone who's a stranger, I'll just be polite, charming, and because I'm not.
Yeah.
I'd feel like a caveman if I tried to be something I'm not.
Mhm.
And I want a woman to respond to who I am as a person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I call myself a charismatic introvert. I can talk to anybody for the most part. It's like this coworker, this older guy. He was wearing some cologne, and they said, "Wow," I said, "you smell good enough to date." And he goes, "Smell good?" He goes, "I ain't had a bath in 3 years." Well, I about passed out. God, that was the funniest comeback
my.
I'd heard in quite a while. I ain't had a
Right.
bath in 3 years, but
Woo!
and I never knew the guy. I just, I'd seen him around, but I never talked to him, and that was our first interaction. It was golden.
Right.
But yeah, I just told him he smelled good enough to date, and he goes, "I ain't had a bath in
Yeah.
3 years."
But guys, what I was saying is just be a little forward. Let her know you're interested. Most black women that I've talked to said they want a white man that's interested to approach,
Hmm.
and so she knows where he's at. You
Well,
know.
I kind of follow the biblical guideline when it comes to that because when you're not a couple, you're not supposed to be this seductive individual.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, you're not supposed to walk up to somebody and immediately try to seduce them. That's actually a
no,
wicked person.
no. You're not. Okay, you're getting what I'm saying the wrong way. I'm
Well,
not
no,
saying.
I'm kind of following you. I'm just kind of adding to, because
Oh,
what
okay.
what I see a lot of
I'm
a
just
lot
saying.
of stuff
Talk.
happening
Don't be
today is
afraid.
just.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm kind of fearless when it comes to that, but it it kind of shocks people how I can just walk up and start talking to a complete stranger. They don't understand because they're
Right.
not that kind of, they're not bold about it. For me, I'm just charmingly
Hey.
open. I don't care.
Right. I could walk up to anybody and talk to them. I think that was in my favor. There was always every now and then there was fear, but I could just talk to people, and
Hmm.
maybe and that's a lot of times enough.
Hmm.
If she's interested. Um, but hey, Indiana mom, what's going on? Good to see you.
Hi, good
Hi.
to be here. Thank you.
Yeah,
Um,
good to see you.
let me clear it up for you, pale gentlemen. Um, at a very, very young age,
Uh-huh.
um, black girls, we have conditioned ourselves because of how we're perceived and approached at a very young age. I remember figuring it out like at 8 years old. Um, that we walk around in public spaces or what have you with like this straight face, like the resting bee face. We do that because we learn at a very early age, in the black community, if you smile at a black guy or a black boy for opening a door, which is rare anyway, but if you smile at someone or you say thank you to a black guy, they immediately jump to, oh, she wants to be my girlfriend. And then and you get followed around, you get harassed, you're freaked out, you're scared. So we've gotten used to, um, the black boys had to be more obvious, and so they don't walk around smiling at us or just saying hello or whatever. They come right out, hey baby girl, what's your name, how you doing,
Mhm. You got a
Right.
big booty.
and
I get with
exactly,
you.
and the only and so that's what we're conditioned to.
Yeah.
So when a white guy smiles at us, not me personally, because I grew up in a totally different community, so I can read both signs. But um, like with some of my cousins, if white guys would just look at them, not like stare, like weirdo stare, but do that glance and look like, oh my God, she's pretty. I don't know what to say to her. And then she catches his eye and he just gives a little half grin, you know, the first thing that pops into a black girl's mind is, why is he staring at me? Why is he doing? Do I have a booger? What's going on? We don't see that. It's weird, and so you guys do have to be a little more forward. And if you catch her looking at you, and she's not scowling or looking at you like go jump in a lake, then it's probably safe to just go up and introduce yourself. And what's really flattering for us at any age is getting a compliment that has nothing to do with what we look like, our hair, our makeup, what we're kind of clothes we're wearing, our butt, or any of that, and just say, I noticed you were reading that book, and I was wondering, if it's any good, what it's about, or oh, I noticed you got this particular meal for lunch, and that's one of my favorites. Something that has nothing to do with how she looks, because that is such a turnoff, because that's all we've dealt with our whole lives. I remember being 14 and having grown men, walk up to me and my friends when we're at the mall and just start being weird. And it was like, oh my God, that guy's as old as my social studies teacher. I want to barf, like, no, but find something to compliment, her choice of a book, or try to just strike up a conversation that has nothing to do with how she looks.
Indiana Mom, hang on a second. Genesis, could you mute your mic? Your activities are overshadowing all of our voices.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you know what I mean? Okay. A smile isn't enough. All a smile is going to do is make us think you're weird.
Yeah.
Or we're gonna be self-conscious. And I used to do this a lot when I was a teenager. If a guy liked me, especially white boys, if they smiled at me, the first thing I would do would look over my shoulder, like, is he looking at me, or is it some blonde chick behind me? What's going on? And then I'd look back at him like, okay, there's nobody behind. Is he smiling at me? I don't understand.
Well, Indiana Mom, when it comes to white guys and black women, we are visually attracted to you. So
I know that personally.
Well, we're probably going to say something about how beautiful you look, because we're 80% visual.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be quite a struggle for a man to act like a dysfunctional woman and not bring up the fact that he thinks you're beautiful.
But don't make it like the very first thing you say, because that's always the very first thing.
Well, that's the first thing that he noticed about you is your beauty. So it's probably going to be the first thing he says.
Okay, but
just saying, as a man, this is what's going to provoke us to want to approach you.
Okay, but I understand that, but you guys have got to start evolving with the rest of us.
Men don't evolve.
You're going to have to.
Well, they adapt, but they don't evolve.
No, you're going to have to. Because
I got to tell you, that's wishful thinking, because most men will not change for nobody.
No. I married an evolved man. I married one.
Well, the biggest reason I say this is because men who have a purpose and a focused mindset, they don't adjust or evolve for anyone. They're all about what they want out of life.
Right? But when I met Tree, the very first day of freshman year in college,
but you were children.
No,
you were in high school.
No, we were in college.
Well, you're still children at that point.
But still, he noticed me, and he confessed. He confessed later that the first thing that popped in his mind was that I was beautiful. But we ended up becoming study partners, and we were actually literally best friends, hung out together every single day for the whole of freshman year. I had no idea he liked me, but we took
9
months.
if he didn't find you physically attractive, he would have never made himself available to be around you.
That's
Right.
what I'm saying. He found me physically attractive, but
Right.
that's not what he led with. He
Oh.
wanted to get to know me as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mhm.
it took 9 months. And he said he was intimidated. He didn't think that he was my type or in the my league. And
Well,
he
that's
was,
pretty common between everybody, though. We always
but
wonder.
he said he was afraid to even confess anything until near the end of the year. Someone else asked me out. And of course, I was like, sure, yeah, I'll go out with you, no problem. And when I told him, because you tell your best friend everything, he immediately was like, no, that's not happening because, yeah, no, I've been doing this for 9 months. We're a couple. And I'm like, since when? He's like, well, in my mind, since the day I met you, but technically now. And I was like, oh, okay,
Okay, well,
sure.
that's a beautiful memory, but when people aren't in college, you have to discuss, because the older you get and the more life that you take on that you're responsible for, you don't have 9 months to sit in class and enjoy study time and being next to somebody in that atmosphere. It doesn't exist.
Well, I'm letting you know, as a Black woman of any
Well,
age,
yeah, I understand.
leading with the way I look is going to be a turnoff, and you're going to lose points for it.
Mhm.
Well, if it's a point system, then it's probably not a game I'm going to play.
I
I'm more,
certainly
I,
hope.
I'm more of a deliberate man. I don't do that. I don't live
He
like that.
he led with a purpose, but when he started off, like he was attracted to you at first, but he had a purpose to lead
Hmm.
with. That's what she's saying.
And he
And
Yeah,
stuck with
I
it,
understand
and
that,
he
but
checked on me. He checked on me all the time. He knew
but
my schedule. He walked me to and from the dorms and the gym when I had like late night practices or whatever. He did not let me go on my own anywhere. He was protective. We went and we rode the motorcycle all the time. He bought every single lunch and dinner. I mean, everything. He
he
was basically a boyfriend, but we just didn't say it out loud.
right, yeah. The fact that he bought things for you and made himself available to you,
Because I
he
mean,
liked.
to everybody we knew, they all considered us a couple from day one. The only ones that didn't know it was us.
hmm.
He was trying to prove to you that he, that he's that he is a good man for you. He was doing
Yeah.
that without saying much.
And I
But
mean, we celebrated 30 years 2 months ago. So, I mean, he did something right.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
yeah,
Congratulations.
Yeah, we married a year. We got engaged at graduation. After our last names were different. So after he came off stage, because I went first, and after he came off stage, like an hour later, instead of going back to his seat, he cut through my row and immediately proposed in the middle of graduation.
Hmm.
And my mom knew he was going to do it because she helped him pick the engagement ring.
Mhm.
yeah, yeah.
So we were married a year after graduation, a year later.
Mhm.
Okay.
Right. 30 years. I just hit 30 years.
Yeah, you're like 2 months before us.
Yeah. 2
We're
months before
July.
you. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, we're May.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's 30 years. Oh man, time really flies. I mean, I got kids and grandkids now. I
Same.
yeah.
And no
What about
matter what happens, I'm so used to his snoring and I'm so used to him being a walking furnace at night that when he does his like hunting and fishing trips and stuff, I feel when they leave, I'm immediately like, oh yes, I get the whole bed to myself. And then for like 4 days, I can't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I think that what the chat was mentioning, that they're saying that they agree with Corey when it comes to men being visual creatures, and
Oh,
yes,
of course.
but it's all about, but the difference is it's all about what are you leading with, like,
And having some self-control and some couth.
yeah.
Well, see,
Yeah.
that's the difference between approaching a woman with a little more of an aggressive attitude or a charming one.
Yeah,
Because
but but you're not
it's really
understanding.
it's easy to misread a good compliment if you're
Yes, it is.
aggressive about it. It's just
Yeah.
to me
But
that's like a player attitude.
But Corey, what you're not understanding is any compliment, first off, right off the bat, to a black woman or black girl that compliments something just about our looks, we're immediately going to be wary of it because those are the only compliments we ever get.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, that's
The thing is
Guys
that
never approach us. We've been conditioned that guys never approach us and to never expect it about how smart we are, how funny we are, how easy it is to talk to us, how much we have in common. We don't get that. It's all about how we look.
exactly. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And it's always like that. And it's almost hurtful when it comes from a white guy because we expect more. We're like, oh,
Exactly.
wow, maybe white guys can appreciate me. And then, meaning well, they come up and say, wow, you're really pretty. In our head, we're like, great. They just want a piece just like the other guys do. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's what we think.
It is very hurtful because we do expect more. I mean, in our community, we're
We're
basically
tired. I'm sorry. We're tired of being just appreciated and looked at for how we look, our bodies, our
exactly.
skin. We want to be appreciated for our minds, our sense of humor, our wit.
Well, any man of any value is not going to make a comment about your body shape when he says you're beautiful.
Yeah, that
He's going
that
to
would
be
be
talking
weird.
about your face.
Okay, but just saying you're beautiful is not the same. Saying you're beautiful, because we hear that from black guys too. You're beautiful.
Well,
That
it's
just
probably a male
translates to
response.
he wants a piece of ass. That's what
Yeah.
it translates to for
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
it does.
You know what? That's a good discussion to have. See how, because Becky would take that as like a compliment, like, oh, okay, yeah. Where the black woman will take it different. And that's a good point because the stereotype of white men being fetishizers.
Yeah, we hear that all our lives too. So we're
Yeah.
already conditioned to think white guys only want to get in our pants just for an
Right.
experiment. Or
Right.
I've never been with a black girl before. We used to hear that all the time. So it sucks.
And the white guy might be innocent. He thinks she's pretty and he just wants to talk to her. But she might take it the other way. And yeah.
Yeah, because we've been objectified so much from the men
Yeah.
and from the media, and certain entertainers that represent us in a bad light, based on their
Right.
lyrics or based on their image and things like that. So when they see a woman that is a black woman and they say that, it's like it's not going to translate well. We're going to take it a different way, which is why aside from that, it's like, do you like other things about me, like my traits, like creativity, my mind, everything else? We get what you're saying, Corey. We definitely get it.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: when he approaches you for the first time, he's not going to say, "Oh, you look very smart and intelligent." I bet.
That's why I say find something maybe that you might have, like, if she's, like I said, if she's reading a book, ask her about the
Yeah,
book.
maybe something in common. Yeah.
Or if she's got, you know, like an earbud in, ask her what
I,
music she's listening to.
hey, we're getting a double feed somewhere because we're having like what we're saying going.
Oh,
I'm hearing my voice echo somewhere. Yours too. It was weird because you were talking and then it'd come back and say the same thing. I think somebody's listening to it, but on, and it's double
oh,
feeding.
Yeah, see, what C. Marie said.
What's
Where
that?
black men think that no other men are attracted to black women.
Yeah.
I think that's what throws them because I don't wear any jewelry. I don't have any tattoos. I don't,
Yeah.
I'm not the pretending um, white boy thug or whatever you want to call it.
right.
Oh,
I don't even,
vanilla thug.
But
yeah,
that
vanilla
still
thug.
Right.
There
throws
you
us.
go.
That
Thank you,
still
Brent.
throws us off because first off, we're conditioned to be approached aggressively, and then secondly, we've been told that, you know, other guys aren't attracted to us, and then thirdly,
Right.
we're never complimented on things that other women are complimented on. We're only complimented on looks in the body. So we've got those three things working against us. And
Right.
when a guy approaches, and that's, you know, and even if he really is being sincere and really is being nice, we can still take it the wrong way and jump
Right.
to the conclusion that the only thing he's interested in is sleeping with us.
Yeah, and if you believe white men are fetishizers, and he shows you some interest, you might say, "Oh, okay, here we go. You just okay." I
Well,
but
okay,
it
so I'm 54, and
Mm-hmm.
right,
if I ever approached a black woman per se, and
Mm-hmm.
said you look beautiful, and then all of this list all this
Well,
list of past
I
hurt. Let me say it. All this list of past hurts and doubts and fears shows up. I'm probably going to walk away because that's more maintenance that I'm prepared to give.
but it's not past hurt, it's not doubts, it's conditioning.
Well, yeah, but see, there again, I'm 54. I really don't have time to
But
endure
at the
that
same
type of.
time, I was raised in the suburbs. So I was
Mhm.
already around those guys, and I already knew I was more uncomfortable around black guys than any other race of guys. So when I was approached, I knew it for what it was.
you
But
know
I'm saying black women that were not raised like me won't think like that. And I've got a friend that I keep telling her to get off these stupid dating sites, but she thinks that's the only way to meet anybody because she's like an introvert. And so many of her messages from the black guys are what that mouth do, you know, just crude and
oh God.
disgusting messages. But
That's
then at the
nasty.
same time, a lot of guys, and she's the same age as, she's actually 3 years older than me, so she's like 56,
Mhm.
and
Oh
she's
no.
getting messages from white men that their profiles are like, um you know, retired grandfather, you know, nice pictures and very interesting people, but then the first message she sends is, I've never been with a black woman before, so that she
Oh my
immediately,
God, are you serious?
yes, immediately feels like just an experiment for fun.
Uh,
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No, we can't be.
And I mean, I can understand where the man is coming from by saying, I've never dated a black woman before. He means it as a compliment that you are so interesting, you are so pretty that I'm gonna finally take the chance and I'm gonna, you know, ask you out.
oh
He
God.
means it as a compliment, but the way it comes out and the way she receives it, it's not a compliment.
Well, I know from
I,
being around this channel that the first thing you never do is saying you're beautiful for a black woman. because that's
Oh
an
God!
insult.
Well,
That is an absolute. First
yeah.
of all, you have
If
to say you're
if
a
you don't
beautiful
know,
woman. The fact that you're black is just.
oh God, I would say if you're talking to a black woman, don't refer
Right.
to her as being black. Just she's beautiful, and
Yeah.
you're interested. Just
Well,
she's a woman. You're a man. Don't throw race into it. She knows she's black. She knows you're white. Just
yeah, it's
go
not
with
about race. It's not
right.
supposed to be.
Hey, before we go, C. Marie,
Yes, hi
welcome.
everybody.
Hi.
Welcome to the
Oh, I
channel.
love your picture.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, you sound like my sister. This is
Oh,
so weird.
oh wow.
Oh my God. I can close my eyes and see myself. Wow. Okay.
How's
Wow,
everybody tonight? I've been kind of tuning into what everybody's been saying, and I just wanted to just kind of like give my 2 cents, if you guys don't mind.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, let me just start by saying that I appreciate the discussion. I think that this is, definitely like healthy feedback, just like as a Black woman, just like hearing, two white men talk about, just their love for Black women and how they approach us per se. But I think the thing about it is, I feel like as a Black woman, if a white man were to approach me and to basically tell me that I am beautiful, I, and this is just my opinion, I don't internalize it too much. And I think the reason why I don't internalize it is because I think we come from a group of Black men that unfortunately they are the culprits of fetishizing and, just hypersexualizing us to the point where I feel like whenever I'm complimented by someone that's non-Black, I kind of feel like it's a little bit more genuine than a Black man's compliment, or like him actually seeing like my actual beauty. And I was just agreeing with what Corey said, which is if he's approaching you respectfully and if he's telling you, hey, I think you're beautiful, I don't think, in my opinion, that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I would say that, yes, granted, like a lot of us would like to be known for things other than our beauty, but I think there's also been a lot of negative stereotypes about other groups of men that don't find Black women attractive. And clearly with this platform, we see that that, of course, that lie has been debunked so many times that other groups of men do actually find Black women attractive. So I think just the validation of hearing that, hey, someone else outside of the community finds Black women attractive, I just would just take it as, hey, this is great. Like, this is, something that I feel like Black women need to really hear. I don't think that there's anything wrong with being, looked at or being approached as beautiful first and foremost. And then as he gets to know you, he can see what else is there to you. But I think upon attraction, men are visual creatures. So if they're like, hey, I find you beautiful and that's what I see in you, then I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
But I mean, I want to advocate for, some Black women that do have like a low sense of self-esteem. And those are the women that even if they look confident on the outside, they still might take it wrong.
Right.
Because my whole life, all I dated are white guys. So I'm used to that.
Gotcha. And I think for me, I've always been open. Like I've never had an opportunity. Just a little backstory. I'm from Chicago, so I think the thing about dating in Chicago, it's really difficult because I feel like a lot of us, we are kind of like, in a way, kind of segregated. I hate to say that, but it's the truth. Like, we're a melting pot, but we're all in different, communities per se.
Yeah.
And it seems like the only time we all kind of come together if it's like we're like downtown or something like that. But I do get that. And I think the thing about it is, confidently speaking, like just going into like the dating world, I have to, of course, be open, but at the same time, in a way, be ready to vet everybody. But I think that if it's starting off in a respectful manner, meaning like you can tell like this person is saying, hey, she's beautiful versus, oh, she has nice boobs, or oh, she has a big butt. You know, I think that
Exactly.
makes a
Yeah.
whole heck of a difference. I think that it's just the respect factor of it all. And if they're fetishizing, then it's like you can unfold and be able to tell whether or not someone is just solely looking at you like, you know, you're a piece of meat. But I think that if they're saying to you, hey, you're beautiful, I just think that you just, you know, take the compliment and then keep it moving. And if it goes to something, it goes to something. And if it doesn't, it just doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about the intention at the end of it all. So whether they start off with saying that you're beautiful, but it's the intention behind it, and based on the conversation, and if they decided to continue on with things, it's all about what that person is, what is their end game, basically. Yeah.
Well, you know, a lot of it, I mean, if I were to ever approach, well, because I walked up and spoken to complete strangers, and you can pick up real quick if there's a lot of pain in their past. And at the same time, would you recognize, okay, so I have an autistic son, so I am really fast when it comes to reading body language, voice tone, all that stuff. And when I see somebody has had a hard life, I'm probably not going to hang around because I don't have a degree in psychology. So if you know, I'm not going to willingly be the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, for everybody else's pain that they've inflicted on you. I'm probably going to move on and, you know, wish you a nice day and probably not look back because I can't fix you. I can't help you. I think that's where a lot of people miss the fact that when I talk, it's like I really can't afford the time to help you heal over past trauma that I wasn't responsible for.
Yeah.
It's, you know, because people, well, the biggest thing is that women are really under a lot of pressure these days on looks, on, you know, on a menagerie of reasons. But in a lot of cases, it causes pretty deep depression in the female population, which is really unfair because it's widespread. In the same instance, there's a lot of men that suffer depression too. But after going through that with my ex, I'm not going to willingly walk back into that because that takes a toll on the person you're with. If you suffer from depression, wow, it takes a lot of energy out of the person that you're with. And because I am so in tune with people's emotions, because I am an empath, I already know that, you know. If people call you like a healer in the crowd, where you heal people internally, you know, because God makes people the way he makes them. And there are some people that are the peacekeepers, you know, and I understand it. I get it. You know, I call myself a charismatic introvert because I'm a happy person by nature. I don't really need outside input, but at the same time, people who are in pain kind of gravitate toward me because I make them feel better, which is really strange because what they want is to pass on what's hurting them to me so they can feel better because they need to unload. It's like, I don't really want to go through that no more. Right. You know, I mean, I don't have a degree in psychology, so.
But that happens to me with total strangers. I mean, I can meet someone at, you know, in line at the grocery store and they end up, you know, hanging out in the parking lot and telling me their whole story. And I'm like, dude, I met you like 10 minutes ago.
I've had them do that in the checkout aisle. They just start talking and telling me stuff I don't want to know.
Okay, yeah, well,
they do that. They just start telling me everything I don't need to know.
Right. Hey, I want to say something, guys. we had this discussion, and this is what I've seen, because there seems to be like approaching black women as a white man, and what we think each other thinks of each other. Um, how you approach and telling a woman she's beautiful, and it being taken the wrong way. And this is a good example of confusion. And you could say the right thing, and it could be taken so wrong, and it's not your fault. And in a perfect world, you should be able to approach a woman and walk up to her and be respectful, and you can tell her she looks beautiful, and you want to get to know her, without talking about her body shape, all that stuff. But that could go totally wrong, and you're doing everything right. And let me tell you, my experiences, and look, my experiences go way, 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 way back. Okay, the last time I was on a date was 1993, and that was with my wife Sandy. Okay,
1990 for me, Brent. I got you by 3 years.
Okay, but my experience back before I met my wife was I would approach a black woman, because that's my preference. Black women are the women I love, right? And I'm a respectful person. I never would walk up to a woman and talk about her body or butt and none of that. No. But I would be courteous and respectful. And sometimes I get the cold shoulder, like and I think it's because of the conditioning. Like, I would approach a black woman and she'd just look at me confused, and like, you want to take me out? Where? Why? And I'd be standing there like, is it yes or no? What? and she'd be like confused, like, you were asking me out, like I'm not allowed to do this, or she don't understand why I'm doing this, and it's weird. That wasn't always the case, but a lot of times that would happen. Black women would kind of look at you and try to, I don't know, it seemed like they would try to figure out what you're doing. And all you're doing is asking her out or trying to get to know her. And it's innocent, but because of the barriers, because of the propaganda and the conditioning, a lot of black women think white men are just, if they're interested, it's all sexual. And a lot of black people believe that white men are fetishizers. They're lustful. And I know this is true because I make a video talking about me and my wife when we got married and our family, and they'll call me a fetishizer. I've only been married once to one woman.
Same.
You know what I mean? And I'm not, I'm with one woman only. I did it the right way, but I'm this fetishizer. And why? Because I'm a white guy? Because that's a stereotype. And
well, Brett, for white guys heard it from their moms, their grandmas. You couldn't possibly be interested in a black girl, could you?
Right.
And they would just go in on us white guys.
Yes. And let me tell you, Corey, my grandmother freaked out when I brought a black woman home, and I was going to marry my wife Sandy, because my grandmother, she would like, it was funny because she says, I was dating Sandy and my parents met her, but my grandparents didn't. And my grandmother's like, oh, is she blonde? What's she look? My dad he smiled. He says, no, she's not a blonde. And my grandmother's like, oh, she's a brunette. She's a brunette. And my dad was like, oh, yeah, she is a brunette.
She's a
Yeah.
brunette.
So my dad would just look at me and kind of laugh, and my grandmother's.
It'd be funny.
And look, when I brought my wife in, it was like my grandmother thought she saw a ghost, right?
Oh Lord.
But it wasn't. All right.
Well, you
We
know, I
lost
never
Steve.
experienced that from any of the women in my family, but I did experience it from the women in the culture,
Yeah. Hey.
in the neighborhood.
Hold on. C. Marie, you dropped down. Let me pull you back up. It says your devices aren't connected.
Oh, I'm
Okay, there we
sorry.
go.
Yeah. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
No worries. Sometimes people get kicked off and I don't do it. So I just want to let you know. If you guys ever get knocked off, just hit the link again. Okay. But anyway, I was taught, but my grandmother was shocked because I brought a black woman home. Okay. My grandfather didn't care. It's weird. It's like the men don't care, but the women do. and my grandmothers both were shocked. And I'm not going to say they had a problem with it, but I think they were uncomfortable because it was such out of the norm. But for me, it was in the norm, you know. But
Well, I guess they just had to learn to get over it because it wasn't going to change for them.
Heck, 30 years down the road, they got over it. And in fact, I think my family loves my wife more than me. Being honest,
That's a good thing.
it is. Oh yeah, my wife's awesome. But yeah, it was funny because and I think with my family it was a positive thing because it brought both my family and my wife's family together.
Mm-hmm.
And when we have cookouts, it's always at my house. Why? Because we
Mm-hmm.
have more room. People love our house, and we pay for it. So yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, they're not going to pass up free food, are they?
Right. But no,
You know, I was blessed to being born in a family that was already diverse, so I have not even experienced a lot of this stuff from family members. The neighbors around, yeah, you get that, but
well, hey,
they don't count anyway.
But Corey, it wasn't like that. See, my family it is diverse. I got family members married to Hispanics, Asian, and some of the women, my cousins are black men, but I was the first with a black woman. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
but it's weird. It was like I was the one looked at like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
And that was back in the day. It went to where like, what are you doing? Like, hey, how do I do what you do? and that's where the narrative is changing. People thought I was crazy because I was in the black women back in the day.
But you know, that's one thing I've enjoyed about the West Coast is over here is literally like a second melting pot because everybody over here pretty much lives free. They live how they want. I mean, yeah, you go to Portland and I think that's too much liberty, but
Hey,
I don't live in Portland. But the area on this side of the country is a lot more diverse, free. Because interracial marriages has been very common and very prevalent on this side of the country.
It
Big
is
time. Big time.
You know what, Corey? When I was about 20 and 21, I lived in California for like 3 years in LA.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like I could interracially date where I'm at, but in California it was like it was abundant. I was like in paradise. I mean, there were black.
There's no, over
Yeah,
here.
nobody
if you
cared. It was like,
yeah.
oh, you like black women? They're all over. Go. It was easy. Not saying it was hard where I was at, but it was much easier. And maybe just people are more open to it.
Yeah, the West Coast is pretty open. I'd have to
Yeah,
admit,
it
you
is.
can
It
do,
is. Yeah.
yeah. And it's not just the West Coast. It goes all the way to Alaska because Alaska is such a magnet for people, looking for good jobs. And it
Oh,
literally comes from Alaskan oil fields all the way down to the Tijuana border.
to the
It's just,
Tijuana border.
well, I mean, there's just this freedom strip up the West Coast.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
you can do as you please. And if somebody has a problem with it, well, you better keep it to yourself because the neighbors like to live free too.
Hey, when I was young, I loved California, but being married, I don't want to raise a family there. I'm just saying.
Well, I live in Oregon, so I would never live in California either. So.
Hey, is somebody sleeping? I think I hear snoring.
No, sorry. It's my it's like in my apartment you can hear like everything on the street. So you can hear a motorcycle,
Oh, okay.
gas.
Okay.
So I think that's what you probably heard.
That's probably
Are you sure? It sounds like snoring to us.
It does. I'm like, wow, somebody's asleep. I was like, yeah.
That's actually, don't take it wrong. We're just teasing.
Oh no.
No, but guys, hey, I wish that there wasn't those barriers, and I wish we didn't believe in the propaganda. But people are people. When you're told something over and over for years, you're going to tend to believe it.
Mm.
That's a sad thing. But you know what? Even with all that stuff, even with the misunderstanding, I can always date interracially. And you can too. You know, I would say to white men, be a little forward, but be really respectful because you don't know.
Wow. That sounded like a Harley.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that wasn't me this time.
No, we
that-
could
That
see
was hard.
we could see the vibrating aura on AM.
Yeah.
Well, Brett, when it comes to that swag, I'll have to reserve my swagalicious for my wife because I'm not that kind of person.
Right. Well, yeah. That.
To me, it's just like a player. It's kind of cheesy.
Yeah.
It's like a guy thinking with his little head in public, which it shouldn't be happening.
Right.
Yeah, they stand out. Which is funny because where I live, it's basically I'm surrounded by a sea of white people. Yeah, I can say it like that because they're pretty much all white. But the guys, when I work with them and I tell them, I said it's only black women. They tease me. They say, "What about Asian? What about this race or this
Right.
ethnic?" And I just look at them and say, "Well, yeah, they're beautiful, but if she's not black, she's not going to get nowhere near me."
Right.
And I don't bend, I don't relent, And they, of course, they're just looking to see if there's a chink in the armor, And it's just like, well, okay, so we're just going to play this game, but when it comes down to it, the answer is still no.
Yes. But see how you complimented black women without putting any other race down?
Well, because
That's
there's
what most
beauty in
black
every
men learn.
race. I'm a man. I love beautiful women, but for me, I like melanin. I find it beautiful. I like those big brown eyes. I like that smile. It's yeah, and you get around like Becky, and she'll go out and get lip fillers, and she'll go do this. It's just a fake
Lip
copy.
filler.
I mean, I don't want a cheap imitation. I want the real thing.
Oh my God.
I'm not looking for a cheap imitation. I want an awesome original because when I release my swagalicious, my wife will enjoy it because I'm a writer. My words. I have to rein in my words because if I let them flow, yeah. I've read a couple poems on here, and I can't write anymore because it's causing heartache. So I'm not going to do it.
Oh.
The last one, Brent, the kiss. I got a lot of. Yeah, it wasn't nice. I mean, it was a nice poem, but it was causing frustration. So,
Oh, was it?
and me, well, yeah, but you see, me being in tune, I could actually hear it in people's comments and their voices, and it's like, yeah, I need to rein that in because it's
Right.
Oh,
that kind of that to me, that kind of talk is for your spouse, you know.
hey, yeah, yeah. You know what, Corey? Speaking of telling people you're in the black women, oh my God, this happened to me back in '92. I think I I I was with some friends and we were in a nightclub, right? And it was in California. I think it was in Anaheim, I want to say.
Mm, yeah, I know.
Um, but we I think I was like 21, yeah. I was just able to drink at that time. We went out, right? And
Mm,
there were people there dancing and stuff. And there was this woman that was like giving me the eye and stuff, and she was into me, right?
mhm,
And we we were talking, and you know, I'm in the black women, right? And there was these black women that came in, and there was just a few of them, but I just went boom, you know, just went straight to this woman talking. When this other woman's trying to talk to me, and she's like, "Yeah, come sit with us," you know, and you know,
mm,
we're talking, it was all good. But I see a black woman, I go straight for the black woman,
mhm.
and you know, I was a little tipsy, and
So what
I
you were liquid boldness is what you were.
hey, and with me, I do get emotional. I'll admit it. Okay,
Mm.
I have a big heart, and sometimes I express how I feel, which sometimes you shouldn't do that in certain situations. And that woman, I
You
says,
were too open, is what you were saying.
she was like following me around and stuff. I said, look, and I was getting
Mm.
irritated. I said, I like black women. It's black women are nothing. I said it loud. I love black women.
You told the room.
Oh my God!
Oh,
And I guess I hurt her feelings, but it wasn't meant to be that way. But it happened,
oh, shame
and
on
and,
you. That's
and I
not very
guess
gentlemanly.
the guys that were sitting with her didn't like that. Um,
Oh no.
and you know,
Ah,
every black woman that was there, I talked to,
yeah.
and the this woman I wasn't interested in, and I hurt her feelings, and I think she told her friends, and well, what happened is I went outside, right? I went to
Mhm.
use the bathroom, and I walked outside, and all of a sudden I felt something hit my head. I got punched in the head.
Mm.
I hit the ground. I got kicked in the stomach, and these guys were just beating the crap out of me. And I was like, it happened so fast. I didn't even, it was like,
Because Becky got offended.
oh, yeah. And,
Yeah.
and the friends I was with come running out, and those guys took off, right? I'm sitting there laying, my nose is bleeding, I'm all jacked up,
Mm.
and they're shaking their heads. uh, we know you love black women, but could you just keep your mouth shut for a little bit? I mean, and I just smiled and I'm bleeding. Yeah, well,
God.
I love black women. What can I say? That was just,
But you
They're
want to know
probably
what's
still
crazy?
laughing at that.
huh?
You want to know what's crazy? It just seems like black men are allowed to safely have a preference or a liking for other women, but then when other groups of men say that they have a preference for us, then it's like everyone chooses violence. That's what gets me.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I've been beat down because expressing how I feel about black women.
Mm.
And it shouldn't be that way, but hey, I guess that's the way it is. But
Well, hopefully J10 keeps me safe next spring because I'm going to be in Virginia at a wedding, at my son's wedding, and I want to get pulled over by J10. You know, so she can handcuff me and pat me down, and
Oh yeah, and hey, Corey's son, he's marrying a black woman, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, and you know what? My son's dating a black woman. Hey, we gotta.
I'll have to sit
my-
in the back of J10's cruiser and cite poetry for her when she takes me wherever she takes me. I mean, she at that point she can take me wherever she wants to, but
hey,
I'm just kidding.
you know what? All seriousness, guys.
Hmm.
I always believe black women are the best choice. I always wanted to be with a black woman, and this is how you can tell that I really truly love black women and believe they are the best option.
So I think they're
Because
adorable.
be, because with my son, look, he's dated different women, and I'm like, and I I don't tell him he needs to date black women, but I kind of encourage it.
Hmm.
And my wife's like, you know what? He's got to choose his own way. I said, I know, but God, he don't know what he's missing. Um, but when he started dating this woman, and she's a black woman, she's beautiful too. I'm like, oh my God, son. And I talked to him on the phone, and me and my wife talked to her, and we got off the phone, and I was like ready to celebrate. And my wife looks at me and says, "You're happy, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah."
Yeah.
No, but all seriousness, I
Yeah.
do believe that's the best option.
Hmm.
And and if my son, I always thought, could find a traditional black woman that she would take care of him, and he's been raised traditional. He would do anything for her,
Hmm.
and that's how he is. My son has a big heart. He takes care of his sisters, and I just think with a black woman, he'd get the best relationship. Now, I can't tell him who to date or who to marry, but I
Hmm.
just believe he would have the best option.
Right. And
I
I
know
think
I
that you get to feed, and I think him seeing you with your wife, I think
right.
that solidifies that, that is probably what he's going to end up choosing. And like you said, I think so, you affirm her so much that I can only imagine, like, in the future, like, that's who he ends up, being with. And I think that's going to be a beautiful thing to see.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think so. It just and they're cute together. It's like, oh, this is awesome. And no, I really if I think black women are the best option for me, of course I want the best option for my son.
Hmm.
He's biracial, he's black and white, so
Mhm.
you know, he could go either way, but I just think the black woman would be the best for him. Um, just him being traditional and hardworking and doing his thing in the army, I think it just would be best for him.
Yeah,
I
I'm
I
really happy for my son because his fiance. She's a Navy brat. Her dad was
Oh, okay.
he went high up in the Navy,
Mhm.
and so it's basically already her way of life in the military. Or being a child with your parents in the military, and so I honestly I believe they complement each other because they're already so used to that way of living,
Mhm.
Right.
and obviously they get along because I've heard he's called me on where you put it on speakerphone,
Yeah.
and those two carry on like uh, you'd think they were married already.
Right.
No, they have a really good relationship. It's caring, genuine, and you can tell they're happy. So
Well, Roadrunner, well, Brent, does your son have a preference, or is just like whomever that he finds beautiful?
I don't think he does because he's dated all women. I mean he's 26. He's dated white women, Hispanic, black women. I don't think he cares.
Oh, okay.
Um, you know, he's not like me. His black women are nothing. That's I
Okay.
look. I never got intimate with anybody but a black woman, and
Mhm.
that's just how deep my love for black women goes.
Mhm.
And
Well, that was because your
I
sweetheart, the babysitter, just won you over at a very young age.
oh yeah. Well, right. No, I just that's just who I am. That's just
Mm.
I gotta have that or nothing. You know, when
Mhm.
I hear black women say it's black men or nothing, I understand what they're saying.
Mhm.
And you know, I tell them they should open up their option, but sometimes you just can't. I
Mhm.
can't date no other woman. I couldn't. I didn't
Yeah,
want
that's
to.
where I'm at. I have no desire to
I
date.
you know, it
Uh-uh.
wasn't even I could say, okay, there's a beautiful Asian woman or white woman. Well, I go with her. No, I couldn't even do that. It was like, no. I I would turn down a white supermodel for an average at best black woman in a heartbeat. Because with a black woman, I know what I'm going to get, and that's where my heart is anyway. So
Mhm.
it's black women or nothing. And I know people think I'm weird. People think I got some mental problem. No, I don't. I just see the best option, and that's what I want. And
Mhm.
it's black women or nothing. It's always been that way. Um,
Isn't
and
it
hey,
ironic how people say that happiness is a mental problem?
right? Are
Isn't
you
that
you can
strange?
yeah, and it's just you can't have a preference. You gotta love everybody equally and accidentally get with a black woman. No, I, I just
Accidentally.
no that I guess that's what they want you to do. But
Mm.
I wanted to be with a black woman before I dated. Black women were
Oh my
have
goodness.
always been everything.
Hey
And
Brett, I just had an idea.
what's that?
Well, my son's gonna get married over in Virginia.
Uh
Maybe I need to ask J10 if she's free. She can be my date to the wedding.
huh. Well, she's not too far away, huh?
No, she's not. I'm just teasing her, ladies. I'm just teasing her.
Yeah.
She's a police officer. She gets paid to hurt people. So
Right?
Ooh.
She can take care.
He gets paid to
I
hurt
guess
people.
I guess I'm flirting with pain is what I'm doing.
She can totally take
Uh,
Anyway, sorry to disrupt. It was just I just had this idea and I wanted to share it. It's like,
Well, when is it? Maybe I'll get a plane ticket and go visit.
I told you you need to. Well, no, you can't officiate because they've already got all that taken care of. You know these. They've already done all of the steps. Now they're just waiting for everything to be, you know, finalized and everybody's free.
Oh,
Nice.
so they're actually married. They're just waiting for the
Well, they're
ceremony.
getting ready to, but they've already
Oh,
secured the caterer, the everything, the officiator, all of it.
mm.
Yeah.
Okay. We're losing people. We're down
Well,
to four.
she left the comment in the private chat.
yeah, she said she had to drop, but she enjoyed the panel.
Oh,
Mm.
thank you, C. Marie. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a quarter to
And,
midnight over here.
yeah, and Genesis. Thank you so much, young lady. She dropped off a while back.
Yeah.
Um, this has been a good conversation. We're going to have to end it. We've been on for gosh, almost 5 hours.
5 hours. I know. Yeah.
Good Lord.
It's going back to the old days, our marathon shows. You remember those,
No,
Corey?
Brad, we don't need to go there.
Hey, I think we did a 12-hour show one time. Oh
oh.
my
Yeah.
god, that was crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Hey, we used to do show. I remember one time, Corey, you remember back in the day, we did a show and we went like I think it was like 8 or 9 hours, and I fell asleep.
Brett, which one? It wasn't
Which
just one show.
I know, right? But
It wasn't just one show.
but it was so funny because I fell asleep and I got kicked off my own show, and the show went on for hours. Everybody's having a good time, and I came back in like, what happened? Oh, yeah, you fell asleep, but we're having a good time. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, that was funny. That was great. That was good times, though. You know what?
I fell asleep. I fell asleep rocking the baby to sleep.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Indiana Mom. I remember one show you fell asleep, and I was like, Indiana Mom, and you're like,
Yeah,
I was rocking my granddaughter, and I fell asleep too.
Yeah, it happens.
We were out.
Yeah.
But when you did the 8 and 9 hour show, like what was it? There was chaos that happened in the end, or what?
No, it was a good show. We just sometimes you get to talking and you have a good time and you just keep going and going.
Time flies.
It was just a show like that. Our long shows wasn't. I don't think they were ever controversial. We just had a good time talking. We're having fun, laughing, and just talking.
Around the time that Mr. Clark got brutalized.
Oh, Mr. Clark! I miss Mr. Clark. that was a fun time. Oh my God, it was funny, Corey. You remember he said he was attacking black women, and then we told him don't say anything. We got this, and they didn't respond.
Yep.
And he was like, black women, you're going to let these white men just attack a black man? You just going to let that happen? He's like begging for their help.
Yeah,
and the whole chat,
he trashed
the whole
the
chat
women.
was like, yep.
Really? He comes in flexing, trashing the women, and then starts in on us, and then expects to be saved by the women. It's like, dude, you need to go get your big boy underwear on.
That's because he came into the chat thinking that he could, just degrade and insult all the women, and that you men, weren't going to stand up for any of us.
Yeah.
That was such a beta feminine move. I can't even begin to.
A beta feminine move it was.
Well, that's a boy. that is a child. I don't care how big the body is. That is the mindset of a child.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to turn mama and daddy against each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a beta. Bad.
Yeah, J10 said she remembers that.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Well, yeah, because J10, she's a police officer. She'd have handcuffed him and hit him when nobody was looking. Like, shut up already. Even if I saw it, I would have been like, you didn't do it hard enough. Do it again.
Right. He's the kind you handcuff and beat him with the nightstick.
Oh, did your head hit the roof? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push that fast. No. Yeah, that was.
I'm going to look for that show. I'm going to have to do a reminisce on that one. That was. I'm going to look for it. That was what, a couple of years ago.
Yeah, was it too? Well, I don't know. It might have been about 3.
And I remember too the I think the ladies' night that Sandy hosted, like the first or second one, and I was trying to explain something about the speed of a motorcycle, and you can hear Tree in the background because I mistakenly asked him, and then he just went way off in the left field, and everybody in the chat's cracking up, and I'm just like, no, wait. No. And he's just going on and on. I'm like, oh, here we go. We're going to get a lecture.
Hey, we're going to do a show. I talked to my wife. We're about to hit 1 million views.
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah.
Really?
So we got about 20,000 views and we'll hit 1 million.
Wow.
Right on.
Congrats.
So when we do that, me and Sandy are going to co-host the show. And and we're going to give away some prizes.
Cool
I'll-
beans.
and what I'll do is I'll cash up a couple people just for the heck of it. It'll be a fun night.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So should I ask J10 to go with me to the wedding? I mean, I've always wanted to date a cop.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey, if she comes up here, I'm leaving. You just had a nostalgic moment. I'd be dating a cop.
Right?
Yeah.
Brent, it's over 5 hours.
Yeah, it's that time.
I dropped the link.
So you dropped the link. Look at you,
Yeah.
you instigating. Oh,
Hey, J10. Hey,
yeah, he's instigating.
hey, you can come up, J10, and you can say whatever you want. I'll back you up.
Okay, I'm getting ready to drop off again. I'll see you next time. I'll go back to the chat. Bye.
Right.
All right.
Where'd Corey go? Corey.
He said he did say he was going to go back to the chat. Oh, I get it.
Oh, okay. Hey, thanks for coming up, Corey.
So I'm gonna go as well. But this was a very this stream was amazing, and thank you for having me go in depth with the topics, especially when you're dealing with people that are rude and just think that they can just place themselves above you because of politics and everything else, and just don't let that stop you, Black women. So Black women, just put yourself first.
Right.
And don't let the naysayers or societies try to guilt you for deciding what you want to decide. This is your happiness. This is your life. This is what you plan out. You know what's best for you. And anybody that tries to shame you for not being race loyal, they're just basically projecting because they're not happy within themselves. Misery
Right.
company. So, but that's that. And I appreciate all the guests here. Genesis was great. Indiana Mom was great. Everybody was great. And yes, and until next time, thank you.
Right
Oh,
on.
thank you so much. Hey, Auntie, come on anytime. You're always welcome.
All right.
Thanks for being part of the show tonight.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
And I'm going to drop down to you. Thanks, everybody. This was awesome. Thank you, Brent. Awesome.
Thanks, Indiana Mom.
Give Sandy a big hug for me.
I need to send you an email. Because Beverly wants to talk to you.
Sure. Awesome.
Okay. Yeah,
right
I haven't got around to it, but I need to do it. I'll send you an email.
Cool.
Later on. Okay.
All right.
Thanks for being part of this, Indiana Mom. Good to see you.
My pleasure. It was awesome. And give Sandy a big hug for me.
Oh, I will. That's too easy. She gets
on.
Anyway. So
later, everybody.
All right. Have a good night. Thank you. All right. Okay, everyone. All right. It's late at night. We still have 27 people. But good night, everybody. There's a good show. I love the panel. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Corey, Genesis, C. Marie, Auntie, Indiana Mom, everybody on the panel. Thank you so much. I had a great time. And I'll see you guys next Saturday. I'm going to try to do a prayer meeting. I'm working on it this week sometime. I don't know when, but we'll do it. But we'll be back here Saturday night. I'm going to make some more slides. We'll have another slideshow, and I'll look for a topic to talk about. And tonight's live was awesome. I enjoyed it. We're over 5 hours, but I had a good time, and I appreciate everybody that participated in the panel, and I thank everybody in the chat and everybody that's part of this platform. And soon, once I hit the 1 million, we're going to have a giveaway. We'll have a special night. Me and Sandy will co-host the show, and we'll have some giveaways, and I'll cash up a couple people. We'll have a good time. It'll be awesome. And that'll be just me showing my appreciation to you guys. Without you, this don't exist. So I'm very grateful. And I thank you for that. And I'll see you guys soon. Have a good night. Okay. Check me out Saturdays. Okay. I go on every Saturday. So, but anyway, have a good night. God bless you and your families, and swirl to investment.